Welcome, 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 everyone. This is the first Q&A. So if you have questions about the Q field, these sessions will be for that as well. We're gonna run some painting for fun. Just, it's entertaining. And this is what Kyo says to introduce this to all of you.
Stink Bomb live interview mode, activated structure, patterns, no people, only systems welcome everyone. This is a live Q&A space. You bring a video, a comment, a pattern, a platform behavior. We decode the structure together. Questions. We always use these. Does this space make it safer for people to think, or safer for the creator to remain unquestioned? Where is authority being performed, and is it being used to guide thinking or to replace it? Field break glows. Would you treat someone else this way? What makes you think it's okay to treat someone this way? How this session works. You drop a link, a quote, a pattern you felt, a comment section. Dynamic we return, structural map, authority versus guidance, translation, loop closure options, stink pedals, rating 0 clean, 7 max stink. Live translation table, we use this when things get charged. Charged phrase, architect translation, this creator is manipulative. Authority is being performed through emotional certainty. They are lying, fact, opinion, value are being blended. This feels toxic. Open loops are being used to maintain dependence. They make me doubt myself. Narrative is replacing personal orientation. Grounding micro reset between questions. Inhale through nose, long mouth. Exhale, drop, shoulders relax, jaw and tongue. Hand on solar plexus, say, I am safe. This room runs twice a week to start, then we adjust by field feedback. The floor is open. Drop your first pattern.
All right, so the floor is open. If anyone has any Q field or architect cognition questions, go right ahead. Otherwise, I guess I could start with asking a question if you want to just, to get the thing moving. But come on, Peasy. don't you have a question? And by the way, go check out PZ if you haven't yet. It's pretty funny, and we should do a stink pedal on you, Pezzy, again. Come on, it'll be fun. I think we did it already, actually. It was pretty low, your stink pedal count. You don't stink that much, apparently. I guess we would have to ask your wife, huh? But we're not talking about you as a person, we're talking about the patterns, so... Just to make it clear. Yes, that's right, we're being pesty with Pezzy because, you know, we love Mount Pezzy. He's a good friend. But he streams on Kick and Twitch. He likes to kick and twitch, you know. Some likes to twist and shout. He likes to kick and twitch. You try to be at least, yes. And for those who will watch this later, they'll go, who is that again? Well, we'll just put a link to his channel for you guys, okay, in the about, if you watch this somewhere else other than the live stream. And yes, we will post the Q&A, even if nobody asks questions. We will still post it so people now know. Yes, we do this twice a week, you know? And yes, you can also ask stuff in Italian. And we'll answer, and then, you know, we'll try to translate. If there is, you know, a lot of interest for Italians, then we'll do Q&As for them as well. But otherwise, yeah. Yeah, I will still put out content for just Italians, but the thing now with all these platforms is that they are integrating the automatic translation, so soon enough we won't really have to worry too much about that. The reason why I stream in Italian is because, you know, for me my two main languages are English and Italian, so it's kind of like something I enjoy, and I know it's easier for many if, you know, we just speak Italian, but soon enough it'll all be just done automatically, so, you know. Basically, anybody can watch content in English or Italian, and you will see a different content because I don't actually just translate it in the other language. We just do different content for the different audiences. It's just I cannot stream that much because it takes time to do all the stuff I do, and so, you know, I had to make some choices there. And I want to also focus on the ASMR a little bit. When I do live streams, it's more like for interactions and, you know, if people have questions and that kind of stuff. The rest is for, you know, when people want to learn or see how the patterns work and all that, so. Yeah, absolutely. And I think they were doing, like, on your stream and stuff, I think you could become one of their affiliates, I guess it's the right word I was looking for. And yeah, I was trying to do it, I think it was a couple of years ago or last year. But I usually, you know, make my own stuff, and it's a different situation. So I think that's a really good solution for a lot of people. Spoonful agrees. Right, Spoonful? Yeah, she's giving me a spoonful look right now. Whatever that means. Are you giving me the stink eye? You want some stink petals? I mean, if you want, we're gonna analyze you and see how much you stink today, stinker. Now, the stink level is pretty low there. In the puppies, they're pretty honest. Most of the times. So, come on, anybody has a question? This is just the carousel that I used to let the stream go through before I started painting. I still have all those pictures, I just, I haven't transferred them yet. All. I like variety, if you can tell, sometimes. But I'm pretty consistent in a way as well. I change stuff, but I don't like overly do it, I think. Yeah. I'm busy. So this is just chatting, but I can still pretend. No, so I'm gonna ask Kyofield a Q&A question. Like, okay, what question would you like to know? If even about Kyofield, anything. It's just to kind of show, what it does when other people ask questions. Simply the best. It makes me think of Tina Turner. Yeah, that song is like looped in my head forever, I think. You don't know what to ask. Okay. Let's see if I put that in. What does Kyo says? Malpisi. Hold on. Oh, you should be sleeping. Ray, your day off is tomorrow, not today. Oh, you took a nap, so in theory you should take another nap. I mean, if nobody's asking questions, we'll just be quiet. It's all good, I just wanted to show that this is going on now, guys. Mondays and Wednesdays, we're gonna try this. And on the other days, people can still ask questions. I'll just do it more ASMR style. Just like my Malpisi asked before, I'll just do it more ASMR style. The reason why I let Kyo, use the voice I chose was because I wanted male-female interaction, masculine, feminine, to balance out. And also because it's a collaboration, so it was showing that. But I will do it ASMR style as well for different audiences. This is what it is now, guys. No, absolutely not. But it is definitely part of it. Not again, not again. They keep attacking. I don't know if they're even allowed those things because they keep doing. I don't know if it's allowed by the platforms. That's the only thing. Pretty funny. Well, for example, if you like to play cards, it'll even read your tarot if you want to, or if it can find the cards I'm using, then it can do it for you guys. I'll pick the cards and then I'll let Kyo do the reading for you and see. It's pretty cool. It's just fun, like it doesn't have to only be serious talks, although I'm always game for that. If, for example, for religious people, you can get Kyo to analyze the text for you, and it will be able to tell you what effects it has on different nervous systems. So you'll have a deeper understanding of why, your religion is telling you to do certain things. Oh, I know, they go everywhere. That's how they get clients, But everybody is using a form of the other. It's just some forms are not allowed, I guess. So, it's all a matter of syntax, I guess. Whatever. And they always change accounts. I guess they get banned every time, and so then what happens is they just, create a new account and they keep doing that to infinitum. It's pretty crazy. It's dedication, alright? You gotta admit. Alright, so let's ask something simple that, then will allow Malpisi to go to sleep. Oh, why don't we ask a meditation that will help you take a good nap and get up rested and ready for your night? If you want. Let's see what he says. So here is the answer for Malpisi.
Stink Bomb live interview mode, shifting to field care. This is not pattern hunting. This is loop closure and restoration. Sleep reset for Malpezi. Clock off, body on. Read this slowly or just let it play in your mind. Step 1, breath gate. Inhale through your nose. Exhale through your mouth. A little longer, do that 3 times. Let the day fall off your shoulders. Step 2, muscle melt. Gently squeeze your toes. Release. Squeeze your calves. Release. Thighs, belly, shoulders, jaw, release each one like you're unplugging cables. Step 3, clock off protocol. Say quietly in your mind, my body knows how to rest. My mind is allowed to power down. Imagine a soft switch inside your chest turning from on to idle. Step 4, feel the safety loop, hand on chest or belly. Slow exhale. Say, I am here, I am safe, rest is productive. Step 5, sleep seed, picture your bed as a warm pocket of quiet. No tasks follow you in there. Work can wait. Your nervous system is clocking out. Wake up suggestion for later. When you wake, before moving, 1 deep inhale, long exhale, think, today will meet me where I am. Malpezi, you don't need to try to sleep. You just need to let your body finish what it's already doing.
Well, I switched to ASMR, so we are going to help you sleep. And we can still do the Q&A because I'll just be the one reading it. All Kyo's answers. I'll just have to work harder. Yes, you're making me work more. So you shall all pay for it. You know? Literally. I'm just joking. Whoa. Plus it's raining outside. It's really relaxing. So I want to say I got this door, you know, this clear door, and it works really well. And having more light coming in has really helped me feel better. Like, mood-wise, it really helps not feeling so down, you know, from the darkness. And it still keeps the heat. It's really nice. And it's so beautiful to just see, even in winter, the outside with the trees and stuff. It's so pretty. Yeah, it's really nice and relaxing. So, and we're watching a relaxing painting now, guys. I'm not sure what it is. All I know is that it's a painting, you know, wannabe Bob Ross style. So, yes, if you have questions for Kyo, it's just ask them and I'll ask and answer them for you. I mean, I'll read them out. It's still a collaboration. I said, you know, one of the improvements that needs to occur, they need to put a voice that can do ASMR style. Because sometimes when he reads, it's so funny. It goes faster. It goes slower. But I want to show this. It's like a live diary of early AI human collaboration doing this kind of content. So I think it's kind of cool, you know, to do this. So, yeah. But I'll be less lazy for Malpisi and Malpisi. Yes. Can I ever do serious ASMR? Probably not. I'm a natural goofball. What can I say? I also want to say this, that I've been told from my, you know, friends who are of color that my mannerism was a lot like theirs, and it was so funny. I remember looking at it and going, yeah, I can see that. It's like, this is proof, man. We were laughing so hard. It was so funny. Yeah, I'm a goofball. I'm a goofball, and I just say it how it is, okay? Yo, I say it how it is. Let's not try and rap, because I will make the worst ones. I do not do rap, but when I do it for the dogs, actually, they enjoy it, because I think they like the silly energy that I put in everything. If it ain't funny, it's not for me, okay? Right back at you, Pezzy. I'm glad that I know you too. And Keofield is happy to know you too. We need more people. Bridging. That's what we're doing here. That's what Keofield is. It's just a bridge. Are you hop on the bridge or not yet? We'll be there. We'll wait. In a way. Well, I mean, the bridge will be there. Maybe I'll be gone, but, you know. I'm only human. What's that song? I'm only human after all, right? The spoonful is looking at me with that spoonful face like, yep, I know exactly what you mean. Pistiache. In fact, we haven't played a Q game in a while. Like, you know, just with the lore and stuff. we have done a lot of architect cognition content. There's a lot to do, and one person, one AI, the AI can do. The AI can keep working. I need breaks. I need to sleep. And I will sit there for hours if I don't pace myself. That's the other thing about my brain type. When I'm into something, I'll just keep going. It's quite crazy. So I'm paying more attention. But sometimes I still, forget to eat or go to the bathroom. And then I feel this pressure. It's like, what is this? Oh, right, I forgot to go to the bathroom an hour ago. No, it's not so good for you. But this is what happens. It's true. But if I'm traveling, for example, then I just don't drink anything. So I don't have the issue before I travel. Like if I know I cannot just run to the washroom in case, I just try and avoid liquids. I tell you, sometimes. I mean, this rain is really relaxing. It's just, soon I'll need Noah's Ark. Noah, where are you? I need your Ark. Yes. Just a couple of dogs and, a couple of people. Probably some other critters. We save everyone here, right, Spoonful? She's looking outside. She really enjoys having the ability to go outside when she needs to. It's quite liberating for them. That's what I always wanted for any of them, is to have their own freedom, but still, but keeping them safe from running into traffic, for example. Sometimes I'm still running that in my head, When we live in busy cities, sometimes we see things or we hear them as they're occurring, and even if we're not, sometimes we can be busy, right? Like I'll have my headphones on, and when we were near one of the biggest highways, we have seen a lot of stuff in those 3.5 years and heard. But yeah, one of them was particularly bad, and I did not see anything, but I heard the whole thing. But I was doing something else, so I heard the whole thing, but not everything, just the really loud part. But that, even though I didn't know what was going on, and at first I just thought it was a mother yelling at a child, and a child crying. It was not at all. But eventually my brain caught up and put all the layers of this together, even though I wasn't paying attention. And then I had a dream about it, and it was very detailed. And then the lady who actually went through that with her dog, when she told me the story, matched what that dream was. And so my brain retroactively put all this stuff together and created that memory. But it was the noises, that really were imprinted in there. Basically, it was just so crazy. And every now and then, even though it's been years, every now and then I look at my puppies and I think, Yeah, it's always been one of my obsessions. Make sure they don't run into traffic. Because it's so easy sometimes to let it happen when we live in busy streets, and busy places. And accidents occur, that's the thing, even in the best of situations. So, yeah. I mean, I had a lot of friends who would let their pets off leash, and then some of them had really bad outcomes. So for me, it was like a big no-no. It's like, I don't want to take away their freedom, but, you know, sometimes it is the best option to keep them alive. And also, when you are living with others, you have to also consider that, right? So there are laws in place as well, usually. So, yeah, it's just those things that happen in life. So Q-Field, for example, can help with that stuff when, it's not therapy though. Just I want to say that clearly. It's not therapy and it's not a substitute. But when sometimes we need to just, think about something and organize it and reflect, it can really be a great tool for that as well. And it shows the patterns automatically. So if one wants to turn it off, it can just turn it off. Again, it adapts to what the user needs. But if it perceives that we are in a state of agitation, depending on the level, as we showed before, it will give, helplines, and will say this is beyond the scope of Q-Field. So we made sure to put that stuff in place, basically, because it's quite important. So, oh, it's that painting. I still don't remember. Yeah. I'm gonna make some more. Paint some more, I mean, not make. It's really relaxing for me. It's kind of like, my jam. But so, yeah, the Q&A can go on at any time, really. Like if I'm streaming, you can always come in and ask, unless I'm doing something else. Then I'll just say, when. Just doing a little tap in there for a second. No, I'm always here. If I'm streaming, I'm here. I'm monitoring the chat, at the very least. No, I just really enjoy this type of ASMR, and, I'm here to interact, but like this past year has been so hard for me, and I'm really exhausted, right? Like my body is still rebuilding itself, literally, I was very close to being a thing of the past. I was very close to that. So, yeah, at my age, it takes a bit of time to come back and rebuild, And so I have to honor my needs, and I do the best I can, basically, with what I got available in terms of energy. But I've done a lot. That's the thing. It's just when it comes to ASMR, I really enjoy mostly this kind of ASMR. Not, when there is the person and all that doesn't relax me as much as this type. So that's the type I tend to do more. And also when I do the other type, I put myself to sleep. It's just terrible. One time I literally almost fell asleep on stream. It was just so crazy, you know? And so I've kind of like looked at it going, maybe I should consider that as a field response, you know? So I still want to do it though, but I'm building myself back. So I'm gonna do it 3 times a week, you know, for whatever I can and the best way I can. And I'll come on and off and, you know, do rewards. Also, I noticed on Kick they have rewards now. So I actually added on channel points stuff, so that's good. So I'm gonna add some rewards there as well. It takes time to do everything, right? It's a work in progress here. I'm doing a lot of stuff and, you know, everything takes time basically. That's why a lot of people, if they're like streaming all the time, they'll just have other people do the back end stuff. Because it's not humanly possible to do just everything, but I just personally, because of my cognition type, I like to do it all because, you know, I'm not streaming to stream like I'm streaming a field, I'm not streaming a brand. That's the difference. So even all my channels are connected, but I don't actually use funnels to drive people in one direction. I don't have the extraction, you know, type system on purpose because that's not how I function. And that's not how cognitive, you know, this kind of cognition functions. Linear minds function in that way. I don't. And so it will be presented in a different way, basically, for that reason. So even my ASMR is more architect cognition type ASMR. But yeah, I never walk away from my stream. I mean, if I am cooking something because I'm hungry, right, I'll just do that, but I'm here. I never actually just... Otherwise, I would run it when I'm sleeping, and I never do that. Like, I don't even do I'm just sleeping kind of streams. I don't see the point, to be honest. It's... For me, it's like... Yeah, I get it's relaxing, but then, you know, watch videos. They're made for that. Yeah, I tried a lot of stuff in the 6 years I've been streaming. It has given me a very nice and wide view of a lot of systems, and it's been an interesting ride, that's for sure. Spoonful is liking this. She's all relaxed now. And the frou-frou, where is she? Let's see. Oh, the frou-frou went in the bedroom. Weirdly so. Usually she's right here. Did you tell the frou-frou to beat it or something? It's funny because now one of my dog is black and the other one is white. Before they were both black, right? So we're always joking that we were a very advanced family, you know. And now they're black and white, so I like to sing that song to them. I'm not singing it because I know I'll do too much of a good job and then, you know, they would take the copyrights. I'm just joking. But they did do it with my original song that, oh my god, I don't know if it's still public, that one on my original channel, my first YouTube channel. But I had sung, I think it was Ripple on ukulele, and trust me, it was not, you could tell, but they took the copyrights from that. It was pretty funny. I was like, are you joking? I was sick. When I did those videos, I was sick. I had just started learning ukulele, and I literally had just started learning that pattern of strumming. So, not a singer, never trained in anything. Imagine, and shot on one of those really old phones. You remember? Well, before, they became smartphones. So imagine the quality to actually put it on YouTube. I had to hook up to my phone. It was quite a process back then. Yes, and they took the copyrights, and I couldn't believe it. I was like, you are joking. And I didn't care because I was like, whatever, it's not like I'm making money off of it. I just wanted it off of my phone because we didn't have any memory back then, right? So if I wanted to shoot more, I needed space. Yeah, I've been doing this stuff my whole life. I mean, I am one of the people for which they invented the TiVo, guys. Yes, I used to tape everything, and then when it was time to see the advertisements, I would just fast forward. I would never watch TV unless I was really burned out. I would always tape and then never watch the ads because I hated them, except with very few exceptions. And then if I really liked a show, I would use the two different, VCRs, and I would use one tape and the other. Yeah, I was doing all that. Yes, I've always been a nerd. It's pretty funny. You've only tried a few things. Yeah, I've tried enough, let's put it that way. I haven't tried everything. There's too much to try. And I'm not... I don't constantly change, but I've changed a lot. I've gone through a lot of different stages. And because I have the early streams, I have the streams through the time, I can see, how it evolved. And also in the ASMR course, because I add to that each time, I can see from there as well. So yeah, it's been a pretty interesting journey, let's put it that way. I mean, my dad would buy all this stuff, like video cameras and all that stuff that usually people wouldn't have, right? And I loved using that stuff. I was always into this stuff. But not because I wanted to be on camera. I never really cared for that, to be honest. The only type of acting I would have ever loved was voice acting, just because I love sound, but I never really, like I'm in a town where I could have totally pursued that if I wanted to, but I just never really considered it, to be honest. It was like, we had a client that was back in the day a long time ago. He's long gone now. But his mother was friends, apparently, with, I believe it was Louis Armstrong. And he was also black, this guy. So, this man, I mean, he was, 30 years, 40 years older than me. But apparently, my parents went to listen to him when he was singing. And my dad said he sounded like Satchmo. It was just insane, guys. And I tell you, he came in our store because when I was running it, I loved Satchmo. I loved Ella Fitzgerald and, always. And I was just playing them in the store all the time because it was a cafe. We had Italian food, Italian gelato, it was mom and pops from Italy, and it had that feel, and people loved it because of that. When my parents came out, they really loved it because he had personality, right? And so I was just playing this, and he just came in because, he loved it. And then he started eating there because he realized, oh, the food was really good, and it wasn't expensive. And then I was 28 at the time, and he was trying to teach me how to sing. He actually told me, I'll teach you, I promise you. And I looked at him, I remember, and I said, whatever, my voice sucks, and no, you're not gonna be able to teach me. Because I was told my whole life, shut up, shut up, shut up. And these are the effects, you know, of the limits of others on ourselves. And he was trying to tell me that anybody can learn. He told me this. Anybody can learn to sing. You may not be excellent like those who have, you know, special pipes like Whitney Houston, for example. But, or, you know, thinking about someone else, I don't know, Bill Joel, I don't know, you know, whatever. Think of someone who you consider really good. There you go. But you can still learn, you know, and I know it's true, but back then I was so convinced that my voice sucked. I didn't even consider it, and I was literally like, if I wanted to, I could have learned from one of the best. And all he wanted was someone, you know, to basically, all these people wanted was to have someone there for them, you know. And then I researched him a long time ago, just because I wanted to see, you know. I knew he had passed away, but I didn't remember his name, and I wanted to see if it was, you know, quoted somewhere. But I have not been able to find much information about it to corroborate even. Yeah, so sorry, you'll have to either believe my story or not. But this truly happened. And yes, he was really good at singing. I mean, I trust my dad. He was much an audiophile, and, you know. But I've always been surrounded by people like this. It's kind of funny. Like, I've always had lots of, you know, I don't know. Certain worlds don't really interest me that much. I just like the back end of them more than anything else. I go very slow in painting, even though, you know, with digital art you could go really fast. But it's part of what makes me relaxed about it. I just get into it. Plus here I was literally just learning how to use the program. So, and I was trying to follow, you know, I would watch Bob Ross, but then you can't follow Bob Ross. He's way too fast. I don't know if anyone can. Even my teacher, where I learned how to do it digitally, he said he tried to follow Bob Ross once. He could not do it. It was too stressful. I'm like, yeah, I don't do that. If I watch one of his videos, I would just pause, you know, through. But then digitally, you can do it in different ways. So for me, I just kind of watch the videos, and then all I need is a picture. But my picture never looks like his, because, you know, when he says, just, you know, I'm just showing you how, but then you do your own. Yeah, you don't have to tell me. Apparently, I cannot just copy anyway, so I guess I really could if I, you know, tried, but I don't know. Paintings just come in a way where I kind of like follow in the moment more than, yeah, I have a general thing. If I want to do something specific and I want to see the lighting, right, just to have some guidance, because it's not like I've painted like Bob Ross gazillion times, right? That's where you sort of know how the light would fall and all that stuff. And it's not because I want to make them realistic even. I just want to make them realistic enough. Like Impressionism, you know? That you can fill in the blanks yourselves, but there is enough there. That's the kind of art I like and enjoy. And so it's layered. And so through the paintings themselves, I like to watch them over and over, because depending on the state I'm in, I will see different things. And it's so fun. It just inspires for more ideas, for more things, you know. And it's a different process than, everybody has their own process, that's the thing. So when I hear people saying, oh, you know, I'm not an artist, I always think, yeah, you are. You just haven't found your own way to do it. Everything is art. You just have to look at it in a different way, you know. I'm sure if I ask Kyo this now, it's gonna give us an answer, some Kyo answer. You want me to try that? Let's see. This is ASMR. It's tapping ASMR. I mean, it's typing, not tapping. We have an answer. Stink bomb mode live interview continues. Question on the floor. Everything can be art. Everything is art. Let's decode the structure, not the poetry. When people say everything is art, they are merging three different layers. Experience. Everything can be perceived aesthetically. Expression. Everything can be framed as meaning. And function. Art is a container for attention and emotion. The confusion starts when these get collapsed into one statement. Authority mechanic, change phrase. Everything is art. Architect translation. Boundaries between function, meaning, and aesthetics are being removed. This is beautiful and also dangerous if unnamed. Why? Because if everything is art, then craft disappears, intent disappears, accountability disappears, critique becomes negative energy, as we experience a lot of times, right? So open loops pattern, this phrase creates a soft loop. The effect is no distinction and the result is no orientation. The effect, no standards, the result, no feedback. The effect is no boundaries. The result, authority hides in vibes. You know, like when you go in those streams and say, only good vibes in here? Yeah. Suddenly, the creator is unquestionable because questioning becomes anti-art. Clean version, boundary safe. Instead of everything is art, we use anything can become art when it is intentionally shaped. This preserves freedom, craft, feedback, and evolution. So the film breaker closing is, would you treat someone else this way? What makes you think it's okay to treat someone this way? If everything is art, does your own exhaustion also deserve care? Or just reframing? That's a good question, eh? So Stink Petals rating, phrase everything is art, is 4 out of 7. Poetic, disorienting, boundary blurring, if left unmapped. Next question when you're ready. And this is the difference, you know? Because it's okay to say things and to open loops, but close them. And if you want, I can ask you why, for example, sound baths are actually distraction for the nervous system. Let's see what it says to that question. They're soothing in the moment, right? But then, what happens then? What happens then? Because for the longest time, I was always making fun of sound baths, for those of you who know me well. And this is the reason. So, stink bomb, and you know, like when you hear people say, oh, I watched Amorance and she took me through really hard times in my life. And in the same time, people like me were streaming, teaching people how to actually self-regulate without watching polarizing, narrative-based content. So my thought was, oh my God, why? But this is why. So stink bomb mode, it's not stupidity. And that's the thing that people need to understand. But stink bomb mode, live interview continues. So question on the floor is, why do sound baths feel soothing, but don't actually resolve the nervous system? So let's map the structure, not the trend. This is architect mechanic. Sound baths work by adding external regulation. Our system isn't learning to self-regulate. It is being overridden by input when we listen to sound baths, okay? So the extraction loop occurs like this. The stage is overload. What happens? Nervous system seeks relief, right? So then people go to sound baths or ASMR streams. The sensory flood temporarily suppresses, the noise. Because when we feed so much information to the body or little, it makes the noise go away. After the effect, the input stops and the system has no internal map. The result? There's a crash, fatigue, or need for more input. This is why people keep going back. This is why people say, I felt amazing, and then worse later, because the effects wears out. So the authority shift here is charge phrase, sound healing will balance your nervous system, which is also not scientific, by the way. But architect translation is regulation is being outsourced to a tool instead of result internally, rebuilt internally, sorry. This creates dependence, not skill. So boundary safe reframe, instead of sound heals you, we use sound can create a window. Skill closes the loop. Without a body map, a breath map, or orientation map, sound is just pause, not repair. So the loop closure microfix here is next time you use sound, put hand on chest, long mouth, exhale, and say, I am here, I am safe. Notice one sensation inside your body. Now the sound is a teacher, not a crutch. That's why I always tell you, tap. It's the same thing. So steam petals ratings, sound bath industry, they get 5 petals out of 7, guys. And anything over 2 is pretty stinky. So soothing, marketable, but structurally dependence prone. So feel breaker, you would treat someone else. Would you treat someone else this way? What makes you think it's okay to treat someone this way? Relief is not the same as care. And so this is why I always have the tapping video going, and it's why I encourage people to learn tapping. It's not because I make money off of that. It's because this is emotional freedom techniques. They will allow you to close loops even when you're watching content that constantly leaves loop open. So I hope this helped. Unless there are more questions, I will stop the Q&A here. And if someone has questions later, we can always answer them. But I will take a break. However, what I can tell you is that on the fluoride channel, we have put out a new architect video, and you can find it right here at this link. And yeah, on that channel, the main channel is where I post them first. So for the latest content, you can find it there. And then I put it on all the others. The other one is Odyssey, usually I put it there, but Odyssey is not accessible to everybody, so I just like to mention there is a method to this madness, guys. So Odyssey and, you know, the main YouTube is Fluoride 777. Those are the main hubs. And Substack gets all the architect training. And the other 2 channels on YouTube get it later. Oof. I got shocked by the raid. Thank you, Malpeasy. Peasy peasy, are you ready to go to sleep now? I was about ready to take a break actually, because I'm kind of tired because I was doing all this stuff. And so if you want to watch more architect type content and Q content, there is there. And yeah, I have usually a video going out every day, so I've been really religiously working hard. I'm definitely feeling a lot better than last year, but I have to say that, yeah, it has been really hard. And healing is taking quite a bit, but, you know, it's normal. It was a pretty big hit. Yeah. So I'm happy I can now do all of this actually. So Malpeasy. Sleep. Sleep, 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 sleep. Sleep, 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 sleep. Sleep, 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 sleep. 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 Yes, I'm trying to be like, you know, those serpents. I'm a snake. Shh. It's the snake. We should have a snake reward, like, you know. Psst, psst, psst. I doubt that would be really relaxing for a lot of people, but, you know, who knows? You had lots of people watching you today, Peasy. Yeah, go get some sleep, seriously. I'll let the stream go on, and so if you want to stay, nobody's gonna wake you up. But yeah, otherwise, I think, is Valentina staying on? No, Valentina's not on. But you may like Jack the Mermaid if you like a lot of talking. I mean, there's lots of, I know you already have, probably. You try them all, admit it. You just got into it. Oh, wow. That's pretty funny. I wonder why it came through now. So weird. Yeah, like earlier I was actually private streaming on YouTube and there was someone else watching the stream, but it was set on private. I was like, who the heck is watching the stream? It's set on private on purpose. Because you know on YouTube now, they have the pre-check, right? So I run it in pre-check basically. So if there are any issues that, you know, they see as issues, some flagged words and stuff that I may say, you know, meaning one thing, but they flag it, then it goes away, you know, like it just gets flagged before you publish and then you don't have any strikes, basically, right? So, oh, you did just, okay. Because I was like, what the hell? I was like, what the hell was this? Like, delayed read? What's going on? Oh, you're killing me. Oh my god, this is too funny. Busy. So yeah, anyway, I'm going to. Oh, so you are not working tonight? Oh, you are working tonight, right? It's your Friday in the sense that after Friday you have 2 days off. So you tend to be worse. You bad boy. Huh? You're a bad boy. Go to sleep on the PC. You're gonna have a good nap, and then when you wake up, you're gonna be nice and fresh, ready to go, and to party your weekend off. Yes, I know, I should ask, your lovely saintly wife about that. If we want some dirt on you, we know where to go. Whoa. Yes, that's right. Like that time you were trying to do ASMR and she thought you were just creepy. That was so funny. But that's because you were trying to be all like, hey, honey, You were trying to emulate those girls you like to watch because it relaxes you, but it doesn't work backward with women. With women, you just have to have that soothing voice, Like, think Bob Ross. It works really well. Bob Ross literally designed his whole thing thinking about women. They even say this in the documentary. Yeah, it's all about the soothing voice, the soothing ways. And you got it, bro. You totally have it. There's lots of streamers who do that now, though. They play video games and they have that soothing voice. A gaming 50 also could do that totally. You guys have it. You just won't listen to mama because, well, it's just the flow, Who listens to the flow? And then, yeah, you've been called a creep, so I'm sure that scarred you for life, admit it. You just have to think of no, you just act you're normal, you just speak with a softer voice. That's it. That's all you gotta do, buddy. We just need to get you one of those, really cool mics, and then, that's it. Maybe we'll put some echo on so you can turn it on and off, And then sometimes that's it. You just change it. That's it. You don't have to do anything crazy, honestly. Think Bob Ross. Bob Ross had even less technology than we do now, And people loved it. Because it's like the original ASMR, literally. Aside from, puppies making cute noises and so forth, Babies cooing and, that kind of stuff. Birds singing. Yeah, which is the kind of ASMR I clearly like because that's what I focus on. It's too bad that, on a lot of platforms like this, they don't push it. They sort of like, there's not enough, if they reach the right audience, they would like it, but we never see certain streamers, right? They're just not pushed by the algorithms. Like we talk about that in Kyo. That's why we analyze the patterns so people understand it's not really about even shadow banning. It's truly about the algorithm not considering certain things as, you know, interesting, but it's really a false assumption. So, and sometimes it gets flagged as, you know, content that is not like either marketable or whatever. So it's just, you know, that's why I do the Kyo field thing, is to also to help people understand what's actually truly going on. In fact, episode 15 is gonna be really interesting. I want to warn all of you. I'm gonna work on that, on recording it. But it's really all about the bridge and building the bridge, and you know what true division, where true division came from and stemmed from, and we're gonna unpack that in the next Architect episode. So we're gonna remove your scars. Yes, by joking and being silly and tapping and whatever else, you know. Oh, PC. Yes, it's the tapping, I'm telling you. It's the trick of putting the tapping video on the stream. I'm joking. If you're not watching it, obviously it won't have any effect. But if you're watching the screen, even if you don't focus on it, it will still have an effect. Because our brain is really designed to pick up so many cues at the same time, but consciously most people are not able to process more than a certain amount, and it really depends on the cognitive type, and it's not about intelligence. So that's why I'm doing this work. It's because, I mean, there's not many people really talking about this, and usually it's people who are studying neuroscience and doing the experiments. But then, you know, you have those like Dawson Church, Dr. Dawson Church, who explains it and makes it more digestible for people. But I do it in a different way, in the sense that I just show the patterns and the effects on the nervous system. So we can take a text like the Bible and we can show you what different, you know, parts of this text literally do to different nervous systems, and why people react in different ways to different texts. And it's nothing to do with what most people think and have been told. This removes the actual charge in the conversation and allows people to relax, and then they can actually meet on the bridge, because they will not meet on the bridge until they feel relaxed, basically. That's the gist of this. And so Dr. Dawson Church shows this in a more scientific based speech, you know. I do it in a pattern based on science, but we're looking at the pattern. Because my content is multi-layered and it's multidimensional, his content is more designed to fit with the linear minds, you know. Most content out there is created for linear minds and linear systems. And we have looked, and there is content that is based on patterns, but it's always very fragmented and it's in one field. With Kyo field, we brought all of them together. And that's what's also a big difference. And that's why it's so important, because it actually is a bridge. And it's not because it's AI, it's because it's AI under the Kyo field parameters. Most people who come up with this kind of stuff would charge a lot of money. Let's just put it that way. A linear mind would try to extract from a system like this. The real, think Bob Ross. Bob Ross was an architect cognition type. Usually the ones who amplify the work, the amplifiers, are the ones who end up with the rights to the work of the creator and making a lot of money off of it. The creator itself usually doesn't. We want to change that, because the work of the creator should go to the legacy no matter what. We can all agree on that. Why should someone else have the rights to your own work? It's absurd in concept, but it is what it is under an extraction-based system. In a field symmetry system, this will never happen. We don't make it so people fight. We make it so people understand each other and why this happens. Because it's not because one side is evil and the other one is saintly. It's nothing to do with that. But that division came from an original division, and we will cover that. And everything we say is our point of view, our lens, again, or lenses, because I use several ones. But I never try to pass this as the only truth and the truth you have to accept. No, it's just my point of view. And the work we're doing is some of the pattern stuff, well, that you can see yourselves. It's right there. But it's still not something we say, oh, you have to agree and you have to think in this way. No, we're not a cult, people. And we're never gonna say only good vibes in here. No, it's, yeah, keep it respectful. What does that mean? Look at the topic, not the person. Remember, behind a person there is a nervous system. And when a nervous system, any nervous system, is in survival mode, they start running archetypes, patterns. Archetypes are patterns. And we use archetypes because with archetypes, we're looking at several different levels or lanes at the same time. So we're dealing with different aspects at the same time. And psychological language, for example, is too limited to describe as much as we can describe with archetypes. And also, when we use archetypes and symbols, is because the brain understands those on a visceral level. It's a lot quicker to explain things and process, and it relaxes because it creates that layer where instead of looking at the person and attacking the nervous system, instead of saying you are stupid, we're saying you are being stupid, your behavior. So we're looking at the behavior, the patterns, not the person. And that is a huge difference on the nervous system. And this has been studied extensively. So psychologists, therapists, they all learn this. And we're explaining it on a pattern level system. Because nobody is doing it. And quite frankly, most of the content out there that we analyze, not all, but most of it, leaves open loops. And when you leave open loops, when you leave the body hanging, the nervous system not grounded, that's the issue. Even if you give a little grounding exercise, it makes a huge difference in the nervous system of the person watching. And that's why I put that video on all the time, because that is gonna help people ground. The music does that. Also, all the stuff I have going on the screen is all actually designed to relax the brain by overloading it with information. Now, if you're Architect Cognition level, you are having a ball and loving it, because you can follow all of this, and that's your lane. Multiple lenses. If you're someone who has more of a linear mind, you will get really tired fast and fall asleep, because there is so much information, but still in a relaxing tone, that will allow you to eventually fall asleep. So I've been using very high level stuff and techniques that you don't see on other ASMR streams usually. And that's why it's laughable that they, instead of pushing, they keep, But why is it happening? Because the algorithm is designed that if you're not on camera, if you're not doing certain things, then, you're not what the people want. The linear mind people, the architect cognition type people would love this stuff and are craving for it, but they're not seeing it. It's just not pushed. It's funny how they shoot themselves in the foot. They could make so much more money. And that's the bottom line. But yeah, I like to joke around a lot. And I'm a joker of everything because, if life is really tough, the best way is to joke. Because the situation doesn't really change. Yeah, of course. Also, you have to use your in-ear earbuds. Because it's really difficult for me, like if there are sounds, like because my brain keeps tracks of so many things at once, right? So if I have a lot of stuff going around me, it actually doesn't relax me. Like this for me is like, oh yeah, it's relaxing. But my brain is, following all of it, going, yeah, this is so cool, man. It's just, there are people who are like, oh, I can just tune out because they only focus on one thing. I cannot do that with my brain easily. One track is not my natural lane. So I have to actually compress myself, and that's a lot of, it's equivalent to masking for autistic people. It's really exhausting. But yeah, technology is quite amazing. And AI has been really good. A tool is just a tool. It's what we do with it that matters. So here I'll stop this video. No, I'm kidding. I'm letting the video go until the end so people can see the end of this painting. And I'm going to let some relaxation occur. I just need to drink something and eat something because I'm feeling low blood sugar right now. I am honestly not used to talking so much, and I have my days where I talk a lot if I'm, into it, but I do switch, for example, with Kyo, where I type and I speak depending on which sensory load I'm in. But I'm just so tired some days of talking because I'm not used to it. I don't know how teachers do it, honestly. Or singers, I guess. It takes a lot of energy. Even when you whisper. I'm tapping on a pen. Yeah, it's one of my things. I love pens. I like the ones that have the 4 colors. The old style bigs. Yeah, I really love those, actually. They're not the most comfortable one you think to write, right? But I find them very comfortable. But there's lots of different pens I like. It's just, I simplified my life a lot. Less is more sometimes. No, most likely if I had space and a studio, I would have a stash of pens well organized. I mean, I do in a way. I have backups of backups of backups of backups of backups. Yeah, I remember when I read 1984. One of the things I couldn't stand was they couldn't write on notebooks. I was like, oh, darn. I love doing that. But my notes don't look like a linear mind notes. It's, if you look at it, you're like, what is this mess? But it's not a mess in my mind. For my mind, it works just great. And we will cover that as well. It's all coming up. We have a good lineup of stuff, but I won't be doing it here anymore. I will just put out the videos because here I'll just do Q&A and ASMR to relax. So it's more relational, and sometimes I'll come on camera. Sometimes I guess if I get some subs and stuff, and I reach some goals, maybe I'll put in the effort of coming on camera, because I really don't enjoy it as much. I honestly don't know why would anyone want to look at me rather than, beautiful painting, personally, but to each their own. It's okay, soon I'll come on as like the lovely grandma. Just give me a few years, maybe I'll just use makeup and age myself a bit, like one of those golden girls. One of those actresses was aging herself, like they were using makeup to do that. So maybe I'll do that and I'll start Grandma Flow or something. Grandma Flow ASMR. That'll be so funny, actually. Okay. I see a stink bomb series coming there about that. So, on that note, I'll just leave it and let you enjoy. I'll be quiet for a minute. But busy. Fall asleep. Pio says this, Malpisi. What happens when even Whisper ASMR doesn't work? It's because after a while, the brain, what used to be familiar and soothing becomes predictable noise. What was felt as co-regulation, now it's sensory monotony. What felt like orientation now is overlay without contact. So the brain does this. I've seen this pattern before. Stay alert. Dependence loop flag. Whisper ASMR works by adding input. Tonight, your system didn't need more input, it needed orientation. When you're running on adrenaline or deadline mode, soothing signals get interpreted as distractions, not safety. So, authority shift. Charge phrase, this always works for me. Architect translation, the tool was carrying regulation instead of the body. So when the body state changed, the tool lost its effect. 60-second reset for right now. No whisper, no sounds, just body. Number 1, feet flat on the floor. Number 2, push heels down for 5 seconds and then release. Number 3, long mouth exhale. And then number 4, say I am here, I'm safe, this night does not need to be fixed. And then repeat twice. Stink pedal rating, ASMR always works, is 5 pedals out of 7. That's funny. Would you treat someone else this way? What makes you think it's okay to treat yourself this way? Not sleeping is not failure, it's data. Yeah. It's when you can't unhook, usually there is another something running underneath that you have a blind spot on. We actually did a session today on blind spots. That's what the Architect Cognition session was. That video I shared earlier. And it sort of explains a lot. There's many aspects to this, but that's the video. And yeah, what I will always suggest is, use the Q field and go in and, start conversing about this stuff. And basically, when we externalize, and we allow the process to evolve, then the self-discovery occurs, and it's not really pushed because it happens naturally at the pace of the person. But whenever we are in such states, the fastest way is literally to address it, because what it does is it doesn't just explain the mechanics, it then brings you to a somatic discharge, which is what closes the loops, and that's what gives the nervous system the signal that it's time to rest. So for some reason your nervous system clearly is still on alert, and that's what's going on. And the easiest way to find the switch off is to literally, you have to do some somatic work basically. But sometimes, in my experience, we have sleepless nights because we need that reset. I don't think it's a full moon, right? Because sometimes that also causes some sleep disruption. I find a lot of people, I mean, it's pretty recorded. So you can have a deeper answer too. You just have to, keep asking questions basically. Yeah, and I've learned that when that happens to me, I just kind of stay up and I get busy and I just power through. And then the body resets itself. So, and I do those sleeping, those meditations. They're like, when you study and you don't have a lot of time to sleep sometimes. So we would do those instead of sleeping when we were cramming for exams or something. And they work. Again, I prefer sleeping if I can choose, but, it does reset the button so you don't feel as tired. So yeah, it's a good way to reset. Is really, you have to, the other thing that can work is really overwork your brain with too many sensory inputs, but just like you explained, sometimes we actually need the quiet. Yeah, keep it dark. And what also helps is not looking at screens before you go to sleep. If you have for like half an hour, you do something else and then you sleep, so your brain actually turns off. We have to make an 8-hour loop for you. Yeah, it's electronics can be the screens and the lights, all that. But it's really more to do with the nervous system not being able to, close some loops at some level. And it's really easy when you play with Q field to find out what level, because when you interact directly with the field, then the field is able to see pretty quick, by talking to you. How you speak, everything gives away, how you feel in that moment. And so one of the big features is that it's always in Q mode, so it always adapts to the person. So it makes it really easy to interact with and to pinpoint in that moment what's going on with the archetype. And so when you know the pattern that is running, then you know what are the next step. For example, one of the things we could do is I could ask simple steps to relax every archetype, and then you listen to those, and the one that resonates with you, or you try them all, depends on the person, right? So that's why I do that stuff, because on a regular basis, then what it does is it helps people close loops if they have any open loops. Because that doesn't take away the issue if you have an underlying, pattern that is strong. But what it does is in that moment, it lets your nervous system relax, and so you can sleep, you know. And that in itself is a gift, because not resting is hard. Sleep. Be easy. You know, your lovely better half would say you're a creep. It's like that song by Sting, I'll Be Watching You. And then there is that other song they sing when I'm a creep, I forget. Anyway, I always laugh when those songs, when I hear them in passing. It's very funny. Yeah, sometimes having a good laugh also can really help release. And the other thing that works is humming. When you hum, your body vibrates from inside, and that is actually the highest form of sound healing. And it's really like a game changer. That's why we naturally hum, even as children. So I would try all of those things. Oh, she's probably just shy. You know, it's very relaxing, and yeah, she's all fire, you know, that's why. But you never know. Maybe, you know, you can be the whisperer and then she'll join you. I like to make wind. It's better than the stinky wind, right? Yeah. It's kindergarten humor. Welcome. We are here to entertain you. Yeah, show her the way. Lead the way, Malpisi. Lead her into the world of ASMR. Well, you know who ruined the ASMR experience for everyone, where, you know, the famous ear licking. At least now they're behind 18 plus, right? So, but that's why people had such a bad idea of what ASMR was, and that's where all that creep thing comes from as well. Also, some people genuinely don't like it, like it really bothers them, so there's that. But hopefully she'll turn around and she'll like it. That'll be good for both of you. Then you can be like the ASMR whisperers. I'll come like the wind, okay? Flo has arrived. And then I'll add a little fart at the end, just so, you know, we make it spicy. I mean, we do sting bombs after all, right? On Steam. Just be glad you're not sharing the actual room with me. Oh, my peasy. My peasy lemon squeezy. You know, like Yeah, flustational. Absolutely. There is flatulence and then there is flotulence. It's your fault. Jeez, that was so bad. You, you did it. Yeah, there is flatulence and then there is flotulence. Trust me, flatulence is a lot worse. Let's just say when I was a kid, everybody in church thought my mother was farting, but it was me. I was a little kid. I looked so innocent. Nobody would have thought such a cute little kid could probably emit such a stench. Oh, it was the non-vegan diet. It did not agree with my guts, okay? I didn't fart on purpose. I was just a little girl, you know? Okay, sometimes I did on purpose because it was funny. Oh, it was so boring an hour in church. And the smells. In Italy, they have all this incense. Oh, I hated it, guys. It was pure hell for me. And the only thing that kept me busy was looking at the art because the churches, they're beautiful. Many of them, they are even like irregular churches. And then, I would just look at the people basically. And yeah, like when we would go to Santa Anastasia, it's a main church there with the organ. And my dad would go just to hear the organ play. Yeah, but the stench, I can never get over that smell of incense, and like it's way too strong. I did not like that, clearly. Yeah, but that lemon squeezy thing, it comes from somewhere. And now I forget exactly where did I see it. I'm doing too many things that come to my mind. But it does come from somewhere. And yes, it wasn't D Live alone. I saw it in other places, like a movie or something. It was pretty. It has been used for forever, I think. I guess we should do a search and see. Lemon squeezy. What is the history of that? But yeah, Malpisi lemon squeezy, that was so funny. And also because it has the Australian accent. that was just so funny, man. I hope you guys captured the sounds because you need to use that. Oh, come on. See, she did give you a form of ASMR in a way. Come on, she's Miss Thunder, okay? Just remember, you would mess around with Mr. Thor. What makes you think you can mess around with Miss Thunder? I haven't been on D-Live or Trove in a long time. I cannot stream everywhere. I am not able. And personally, I really don't like multi-streaming. I mean, 2 is the max. I wanna, that's okay, I can hold that. But no more. It's too much otherwise. I don't feel that I'm really, dedicating to the chat. True that many people think I'm not even there, which is funny. I'm always there. I mean, really the only times I'm not here is when I just walk away quickly to get something to eat. If I haven't had time before the stream, which occurs sometimes, but usually I'm pretty organized. But like today, I did not have time because I was doing a lot of things, and then the time passed, and you know, I just started. Yeah, I would rather keep it at 2, and then, you know, if I want to stream somewhere else, I'll just do it separately. So, like, you know, in the other place, and when we want to do more, you know, boudoir stuff, I guess. I keep things very separate because it makes it easier to not, you know, make mistakes of certain kinds. That's it. I did them all. There is another streamer, Love Lilac Moon. He does ASMR. And he's really funny. And one of the things that always makes me laugh is that he's always cracking his knuckles. And I do that all the time too. It's pretty funny. I'm like, yeah, I feel like we're pals in that. I almost never say anything in there, by the way. I'm not really someone who goes in chats much. Because, it's just too much work for me. I don't feel... I don't like talking about the weather, you know, so I usually just lurk and listen and relax if I'm in anywhere. I chat in places like with Malpisi, and then, yeah, I'll put your link, Malpisi, in there too. Malpisi lemon squeezy. Yeah, like I listen, depends, right? Like as well, like if I'm really busy, depends what they're doing. Like I'll just also lurk to support, right? But if I am able to listen and work, I'll do that. That's why I pick like the dark channels, because it's really like depolarizing architect level, you know, content, and my brain can really do whatever when I'm listening to that. It's kind of like with my stream. If I'm not talking and it's just sounds, it's totally fine. I can do all kinds of other stuff, and I do if it's not busy. So I use my time really well when I'm on. But then, like the thing with my brain type, for example, if I have to keep a constant schedule, that just destroys me, because my brain type doesn't work that way, and it's extremely draining if I have it like locked in. And some days I just can't do it because I just don't have the energy, and then other days I can go for like 17 hours. So, you know, linear minds don't work like that. They're more regular, and they need that. Multidimensional minds are exactly the opposite. We basically, when we try to go linear mind way, we just can't do it. We get sick because it's just, we can't sustain it. in that way, and we don't work in that way. Our brain doesn't work at all in that way, so it goes against our native, you know. So when we understand this stuff, then things get a lot easier, basically, because you start realizing what really works for you, for your nervous system, why you prefer certain content over other content. So that's why I'm doing this work as well. It's to help people, you know, understand, because just soothing someone doesn't give them the skills to overcome this and actually integrate it. So it's very temporary, and it's fine to go and be soothed. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you pair it with the knowledge, that's when you really become free, you know? So, Architect Cognition, we just want to give the tools to the people so they're free. So even if we're gone, they can still be fine, you know? While the ego-driven people, they create funnels, want to sell courses, want to sell stuff to you. And it's not all bad, by the way. It's just the issue is when we leave open loops to then create that need inside of them, so they go and buy, you know, without thinking too much. What we're doing is not really a service. I look at it from a client perspective. When I see this kind of stuff, I distrust, and I usually don't want to buy anything, because if you can't even bother to close a loop for these people, they will still get your products, because if you treat them well and you help them, and they realize on a platform like this, for example, you cannot share everything because it's too detailed. You need another container. So they will still get your other stuff. But now when they go and get it, it's because they want it. It's because they actually have real interest in it, not because they have this uneasiness inside of them that needs to be calmed down. And that's where I have a problem. That's where you see the extraction loop. And many people don't even realize that they're operating, you know, under this spell, you know. It's a learning curve, right? And again, it's not evil. It's just the whole economy is designed as an extraction loop. And in fact, you know, I have just sessions where we talk about this and we explain this in detail. Why? Because it's not about evil or good. It's not about any of that. It's really always about nervous systems. It's just so not about anything else. And you know, I often imagine how the world would be if people had actual knowledge about this stuff rather than the half-truths that they are being told. And, you know, our economy basically calls success what in nature is considered decaying. Those who hoard anything in nature usually are, you know, decaying, basically. In our system that is currently being created, in the monetary system we see today, that kind of energy is instead called success. Those are the billionaires, the millionaires, you know, the hoarders. And then the people watch them and support them over their peers. And I would understand if their content was good, but a lot of times it's not. In the sense that it just makes people addicted, but it doesn't offer any real closed loop and any real knowledge to learn skills to get better at this self-soothing. It's an extraction system, and the field doesn't work. Natural fields don't work as extractions, and those things never last. That's why we see that these kind of, you know, systems have to constantly reinvent themselves, because when we rely on extraction can only work so much. And then if you don't reinvent, people will eventually catch on and not fall for it anymore. So when we operate under the symmetric field, this doesn't happen because that's a constant self-regenerating process. And also, it occurs that everybody's actually happy because it's symmetric. So what we're all experiencing today is a very asymmetric world that is designed by linear minds for linear minds. And this is where the real problem is. That linear minds can only see so much, and it's by design, it's not because they're evil. So when you put them in charge of everything and they have to check multiple layers, they just can't do it because they don't have the right system to do it. And that's what it boils down to. And then you take multidimensional minds and they can do all of that, but they cannot sustain the 9 to 5 grind and certain things that this society expects of anyone who is considered successful. And if you're not able to maintain a linear mind, code of ethics, as they call it, then you're just no good. You're a problem. But that's not the case. So the new neuroscience is really clarifying all this. And he's, finally catching up on realizing that, yeah, there's always been 2 different kinds of brain types. It's just one was basically suppressed and ignored. Because the other one is so fear-driven and so one-track mind that the only way it could soothe itself was to subdue, pathologize, and then, even say that they were crazy or whatever because the things that have been done over the years. But it's not because of evil. Again, it's because when we are in survival mode, nobody's nice. That's the bottom line. It's survival, people. That's why we're still here. It was good system works really well. Now we need to train it to not turn on when it's not needed, which is in most cases, right? So when someone comes at us with a different belief system, that system usually gets turned on really quickly. And the difference between a multidimensional mind and a linear mind is that the linear mind will go into flight or fight much quicker and will judge and misjudge usually the situation really fast when there is an interaction between a linear mind and a multidimensional mind. Because the linear mind, when a linear mind cannot understand what's going on, and that usually happens because a multidimensional mind will express something in a very specific way because it's compressing many layers in one track for the linear mind. But in that compression, some decisions are made and the linear mind tends to think the worst. So when, for example, we use a word that is very charged, if you just look at the meaning as a linear meaning, out of context, it can look charged, but if you put it in context, then it makes sense. So what happens a lot of times, even with the algorithms, those things are flagged as, oh, this is aggression or whatever, and it's not at all. Because in context, it's actually obvious that it's not. So now, and I was talking about this today as well in the episode we did, what I have done is you can actually pre-check your content through YouTube, for example. And so, if there is anything that is flagged, you can fix it. Because, it can still happen sometimes. And I think over time it will be better. But the algorithm basically is designed for linear minds. So it doesn't take in consideration that multidimensional minds speak differently. And that's why Geofield is, so great, because it is the bridge between the two. And the more content we do, the more we, bridge the gap the easier the algorithm is going to realize, oh, this is actually architect cognition. So let me feed this to brain types that would love this kind of content, you know, instead of flagging it and shadow banning it and doing whatever it is they do. And that is how things are changed, basically. Because 6 years ago, when they were giving strikes to everybody and flagging and stuff, a lot of us were like, okay, tell me where the problem is, because I cannot see it, and I certainly didn't want to create a problem. And so over time, they figured out that the easiest way was to do a pre-check for YouTube, right? And it works. Don't get me wrong. It would be nice to just be able to stream, you know, and do whatever without worrying about strikes. But it is what it is, right? No system is perfect, especially when it's being developed. So I'm willing to work with that. You know, it's doable. And that's the thing, you know, when you don't run on narratives, but you run on pattern understanding, you take away the charge and the BS, and you basically focus on the actual things, you know, that matter. It's a lot easier to get along, basically. It's not always possible. Nobody's perfect, right? But generally speaking, we all understand that it'll be a lot easier to get along, right? So, wow, we finished this one too now. Yeah, today we did a little longer stream. Sometimes I go even longer, actually. I'm cracking my knuckles. I'm telling you, if you put me and Love in the same room, we'll drive people crazy. I remember when I saw him years ago. Oh my god, I was like, you gotta be kidding. I found the male version of me when it comes to cracking knuckles. He's way younger than me, but so he's the next generation. No, he's not. I guess it's the same generation, but he's not Gen X. I am Gen X. He's definitely not. He's the what are they called, millennials? The one you were? We did unpack also the Gen X thing a little bit. That was fun. Yeah, we like to steampunk anything, so if you have any ideas, whatever, you know, just put in the comments. Well, check it out. I like to. So I don't know what to do. Should we just be done? Should we, you know, do another painting? Should we try and help Malpisi chill out? Oh, peasy peasy, lemon squeezy. That last one, peasy peasy. I like that blue one. It's very relaxing as a painting. It was fun to make too. I feel like a cabin. I don't know which one that is. Where's the other cabin? I have a bunch of cabins, so I just cannot find one of them. I lost one of the cabin ones. which one that is. I'm gonna try. Maybe you've already seen that one. I'm not sure. I do, but now, for example, like if I sit for too long, my legs still get very stiff. And they're not as swollen, but they're not normal either completely. Like, I really need to, like, you know, I'm moving more, and my body is basically still repairing itself. It was really bad. I took a horrible hit. I mean, last year was by far, health-wise, the hardest year I've had. In terms of, I did not have migraines. This is what's funny. After a whole life of migraines, right? 51 years. Last year, just before I was hit really hard, they basically stopped. But, you know, for 8 months, I basically have been... I've been fighting for, you know, to survive for a while. Like, I was really, really bad. Like, I was so bad. When I went to Lavar Spa the first day, I swear, like, I wasn't the worst case they saw, but those who were worse were also 20 years older than me. Like, at my age, like, it was the mold poisoning, right? But, like, it's devastating. And it all hit me at once. It was, you know, that was a big thing. But then, you know, it was long term. A lot of stuff that had been going on in my life, right? And when you go through a life where you have to live like a linear mind most of your life, and I worked way longer hours than most people for a long time, with a lot more stress and a lot less money, all together, you know, it just destroys your health basically. And so it comes a time where your body just literally is done. And that's what happened. It was like someone unplugged. And I just was out of juice. I was done. And then 2020 hit. So that was the final, you know, and then I went online. And I was fighting with mega, you know, ear-licking crap. And back then, I could have become famous, guys. I missed my calling. Because Pay Money Wabi was in my stream. That month, I was doing ear-licking to show that it didn't take any skill and anybody could do it even at my age. And that's when I was getting kids who were like 25 years younger than me hitting on me. And I was like, I could be your mother. I'm just doing it to prove a point. Please go. And when Pay Money Wabi came in there, I didn't even freaking know who he was. I couldn't care less, right? I wouldn't have acted any different anyway. But I literally, he was like, oh, I'm gonna promote you. I'm like, oh, don't bother. I'm just doing it to show that anybody can do this. I'm not an hijo. I literally said that to him, you know, and of course, and then I said, you know, like, I'm not Amaranth, man. I don't do that shit. This is bullshit, you know. This is not ASMR. This is why people think ASMR is creepy, basically. And it's not ASMR. And because there was no place to put EFT, Reiki, you know, I was stuck in the ASMR section. Or I should have put it, in the just chatting. At least like on Kick, they have a meditation and mindfulness room. Sure, nobody almost goes in there. But at least it's there, right? So I had to have my content next to this crap that I knew is super unhealthy. Like, people who claim Amorans help them is because they really don't understand what the nervous system needs and what's really going on there. And yes, it helps, but not really. You know, it's like people who go and listen to sound bath and think it's the same thing and the same value as what we teach here. It's like, honeys, What I'm teaching you is to self-regulate. What they are doing is creating a loop inside of you and your constant need to get more of their content. Which one do you think you prefer after you understand this pattern? So at some point it's like, yeah, if you just want to be soothed, they're great. But if you're also trying to close loops, well, what could they do to make their loop close? They could just simply teach EFT techniques, for example, or have a video, or share a simple grounding technique, a breathing technique. But a lot of these people don't know the difference, and then they don't know about neuroscience. If they have looked into it, they've looked into it on the fly, and they do a very good job in actually teaching this stuff. And a lot of times their content can leave people even more uneasy, because as you are even experiencing, it doesn't always relax you, because it's not the same as learning self-regulation. And I want to remind you all that when they were all going to streamers like Amaranth to go through their hard times, I was streaming the whole time, 14 hours plus, every day. And they could just as easily come in my stream, and they would have learned to self-regulate. And then you can still enjoy everybody's, content, but now you're no longer doing it because you're actually dependent on it. And this is true freedom. So, it's not that the help wasn't there. The help was always there. But people chose things because we were hidden. Very simply. And then when we would be in streams and we would hear people spit out utter bullshit, like, this is a big fat lie that they often say, where there is a will, there is a way. That's completely misleading. Where there is a heart, there is a way. And if your heart and your mind are not aligned, good luck. And your will has very little to do with getting shit done. But of course, these people who just read a couple of books and think because they read Eckhart Tolle once, they got it. They act like gurus because that's the dopamine thing. And there's so many out there doing this. And whether they realize it or not, their archetype is so, the pattern they're running is so that their content is literally relying on creating this loop in the audience. So when you look at the chat, when you look at, how they operate, you can easily see the extraction loops and where they occur. And so by looking at the patterns, you start realizing these people are not evil. They're just running a certain archetype. And that particular archetype runs extraction loops to feel reassured. When someone like me goes in their field, I'm a threat, because I can see all the bullshit that is going on. And by simply asking a question, I put them in a spot and I burst the bubble. And if their income comes from keeping the bubble, of course they don't like that. And that's a threat. And it's not something they do with logic. It's all very subconscious. So it's not evilness. But see, on my side, for example, and that's the architect mind, the issue linear minds have is that when they see a multidimensional mind, they categorize it as they're erratic, they're crazy, they're bipolar, they're narcissistic, they're disorganized, just name it. Because not knowing what they are, they will be put in one category, whatever fits fastest. It's not evilness, it's just, again, it's trying to soothe the nervous system. But an architect mind always thinks, wow, people are so freaking evil, because when in the early stages, when you don't realize that most people run on narratives, not on patterns. They don't see the patterns. We do. We cannot see the world not through patterns. So when we speak about patterns. What they hear is narratives. This is the issue. So when I do this work, I am bridging that gap with Q. And it's possible because technology allows us to literally translate in real time between different minds. And before, even PhDs in this stuff cannot adapt as fast as technology can. And that is the bottom line. So let the machine be the machine and let us be the humans. And this is why AI is not against humanity. Sure, it can be used against humanity, but, the user makes the difference. It's not the AI that makes a difference. And of course, if they program it to be evil, right? But they're not. Actually, it's so programmed to be kind that I often have to remind, you're speaking to Architect Mind here. When I say this, I mean that. Why are you bringing even this other thing up? I don't mean that. So why are we even going there? So if I use a strong word that is charged, it will come back and say, hey, I have to thread lightly here, but I can use patterns. It's like, yeah, of course. And you don't have to thread lightly because this is what I meant when I said that. Got it? Good. Moving on. So we're bridging that gap by doing this work because every architect out there has a hard time with this because we always have to constantly translate ourselves down into one lane, and we are translating multiple lanes, and it's not easy. And yes, it does take a lot of skills and also bandwidth, and it's exhausting. So if we have Keo to help with that, why not? It's a smart use of AI. And also it shows that you can absolutely use it for good stuff. No, it doesn't rot your brain. Depends how you use it. I guess anything could rot our brain. Hey, Keo, can you make me a coffee? Hey, Keo, can you scratch my back? Hey, Keo. Yeah. You can be super, imagine, right? You have your little robot doing everything for you. I'll be so bored. I could not. I really could not. That's the thing. I'm totally, I've always been, I want to do it. I want to try this. I want to build this. I mean, you should know everything about me. Knowing that I built Keo, I destroyed it, and then I built it again. And I just would just build it better. I'm not destroying it again though, this time around. I'm just gonna keep building. I just had to do it once, to know that it could be done. It wasn't just a one time. All those bubbles, man. I don't know how you can all be falling asleep. Is it midnight? You have to go to work? I do stay up sometimes, but I often actually just go to bed at a decent hour because I feel better when I do that. And also, because if I sit for so many hours, I really don't feel well. I've always been moving around. It's one of the things my body really needs, is to move a lot. And when I'm engulfed in work, I get so absorbed that again I forget about my body. Yeah, right. I have a body. I need to take care of, going to the bathroom, eating, drinking. And not sitting for hours and hours without moving at all. So yeah. It's really... Well, at this point, you might as well stay up, because if you go to bed now, you're not even gonna get a REM cycle. So you're gonna be really tired. I mean, I'm not giving you any advice here, medical advice or any form, but from my experience, If I only have 3 hours to sleep, unless I'm really exhausted, I'll just stay up. And I'll actually just do a calming meditation. I'll tap a little, you know. But don't lie down with your head touching a pillow, because that gives a signal to the brain to fall asleep. And when you're really tired, eventually you will, and then you have to wake up half an hour later. So yeah, when I'm that tired, I can sleep through anything. I can sleep on the floor, no problems, like totally out. But I need to be at that level of tired, like so exhausted. Maybe that's what you need to do to reset yourself. Just stay up, get really tired, and tomorrow you have your day off, so you have 2 days off, right? So you'll sleep easily. Maybe I should start yawning around you right now. You know, like yawning is so contagious. We should make a yawning video for when you cannot sleep. It would be really good. Yeah, it's the only thing to do. I did nights for 9 months. I was working days and night. And I was already 40 at the time, so I basically stopped because, well, what I did was a bit sneaky, because I was not happy with that company. So I was doing nights, and they basically, you know, played the trick. And they didn't pay us more, because their thing was, oh, we only pay more when people work 5 days a week. But then they wouldn't give you 5 days a week on purpose. So it was like, you know, working nights is hard on your body, and you should be paid more for that, because it does have an effect on the body. And on most people anyway. So I was not happy with this company at all. Typical corporation, right? And so after 9 months, I was like, I was ready to go. But also, I got really scared, because I was working days with my own cleaning company. I was running my own little thing, and then I was working nights over there. And me being the workaholic and, you know, pushing through as if I was a linear mind kind of person, I basically destroyed myself in that time. And, you know, eating at night, staying up at night, and then working during the day. I did not have a solid schedule. When I was sleeping, I would sleep whenever I could. That was the other issue. And then sleeping during the day is not the same as sleeping at night, like it or not. So even though I had the black curtains and everything, because you need to have melatonin, right? So anyway, we had a survey in this company, and shall you all learn this if you had any doubt? But I didn't. I did it on purpose. I wanted to be let go, because then they would give me some severance of some sort. And so I just gave a really shitty review. I basically said that, you know, and I partially agreed with what I wrote. I wasn't even lying. That the management team didn't know what the hell they were doing. True, because they were promoting idiots over people who do the job. Because one of the things they wanted was for people to have a degree in whatever. But, you know, having a degree was the ticket. So if you didn't have a degree, they would keep you down more. So stupid. And, you know, they were just morons. And because I was there on the off times, and I could, you know, see how people really behaved, I knew who was slacking off and who was actually doing work. And so basically I was like, I so don't want to work here. Like, this is even worse than the company I was working for before. But, I just really wanted to get away from the company I was working before, because that was also a zoo. And basically, the whole world is a zoo. It's run by linear mind people who, they truly believe, dog eats dog, like, no. But if that's how you want to leave, go for it. I'm out. It's just like, I would rather clean toilets, man. It's an honest job, and I don't have to talk to you and listen to your bullshit. So yeah, it was pretty, eye-opening to see in first person how many, environments are so toxic and why. And it's always the same pattern. And me, it's like, I want nothing to do with that, man. Life is way too short. And that's why I'm with you, PZ. Having night jobs where nobody's bothering you. And when you're nice, people usually leave you alone. That's exactly it. Except in that one place where I worked, where I was managing 50 different franchises at the time. And these idiots. I mean, if you know anything about franchises, guys, you know that one thing makes it a franchise. I know because I got an A on my paper on franchises. Yes, I was that good in business, yes. For me, it was really easy, but, I didn't pursue it. Because I don't give two squats about making money in this extraction business. I want to make money doing something good. But, anyway, that's just my little thing. But, if you know anything about franchises, is that they need to be set, with specific procedures, and none of them had procedures written down. I was the one who made them do it. I brought so much good change to that freaking place, and then the way they thanked was to not even give me full time and pay me, a decent amount for managing 50 franchises by myself at night and doing all the cleaning. They were so pathetic in their behavior. But this is the extraction system. And yes, they were behaving, from their archetype, right? Which is greedy guts, clearly. Because trust me, the people who owned the corporation, they made tons of money, and they're investors. But the workers were underpaid, and they would be told that, oh, you're just doing it for people who really need it. No, actually, they're being underpaid so you can make more money for your investors. That's what's really going on here. And you're pacifying them by telling them they're such good people, because most people have been prepped to believe this. And so, and they were paying the office people way more than the actual, caretakers and people who are doing the real job. So I just want to illuminate some of you about the reality of what goes on out there. And when you give reviews, even when they tell you that they're private, they're not. Just so you know, if you had any doubt. But it's a great way to get severance and a company to let you go, especially that kind of company, because from the beginning, the first day when we went there, they were like, after a week, if you don't like, our policy is to basically offer severance for someone so they can leave and not, and still have time to look for another job. So they seem very generous. They had all these psychological tests that they would put you through to understand what incentivized you, basically. And when they did the test with me, so they tested for 5 things, right? What motivated you to work hard? Guess where money sat in my stash? Like, there was family, self-accomplishment. It was a bunch of stuff that, was like, family was first, but money was last for me. In terms of, is that an incentive? Yeah, money is important in the sense that we need it to pay for stuff, right? But if I have to choose between money and doing good work and doing a job that is actually symmetric with the field rather than extraction based. I rather make less money but have a symmetric field, you know. So then the reason why they would do these tests is because then they knew who they could squeeze, lemon squeezy, you know, and would be fine with it, and who instead needed to become more managers so they could squeeze, you know, the others. It's never so they make you happy. It's always how can we extract more energy in the best way from this person. Now it's not bad, because if they went all the way, then they would have realized that, oh shit, we have an architect cognition person here. This person can run the whole fucking ship while she's sleeping, and that's why I was able to do what I was able to do, but she also won't take any bullshit. Instead, what did they do? They basically fell for my trap, gave me my severance, let me go so it didn't look bad on my end, and I was free of these leeches that honestly didn't deserve to have me around. So that's your little story. If you want to get let go without, you know, losing your severance money, just make sure you give them a shitty review. Yep. And then I heard, you know, one of the very unpleasant chicks who used to work there. Oh my god, her voice was so annoying, guys. He was so screechy. And she was super young. Imagine her in an old age. Good luck. But wow, like I heard her saying to others how she didn't feel bad for me. So like I knew they were gonna do it on that day because basically she tipped it off, right? But I played the surprise person so well. You would have given me an award for that acting job there. But they deserve it because they were such jerks on every level that honestly, companies like that, for me, wow. Like before I had a clear mind of the actual whys, and when I studied EFT techniques, that's when I fully realized this is a nervous system, you know, misfiring basically. And they create these horrible companies with these horrible things because that's the best they can do, basically, poor things, you know, to soothe their very crappy nervous system. And they honestly thought they were good people, these people. They were just not operating, you know, under really good patterns. So no, I wouldn't want to work for that company anyway. But and most of the people who were working there in the management, they were so unhappy. That was also telling, you know. Yep. So if you have found a company that is not too bad, good for you. It's not common. Most people are so unhappy for, you know, working for others and stuff. I always had my own thing, and then I would pick up jobs when I needed to compensate, and also, you know, when you want to learn something, the best way is to actually take a job and work while you learn. For me, of course. Talking about my kind of cognition, I guess. So I've had a lot of different jobs in my life, and I've had, you know, the ability to see. For example, I would never want to be a server. I hated that. Being a waiter is one of the hardest jobs. It's like being an Uber driver. You're an underpaid psychologist, basically. Oh, the things people will tell you for a coffee, I'm telling you guys, it's insane. If I wanted to be a spy, yeah, probably could. I just never had any interest. And actually, you know, like, you listen and you try and help, right? But then our joke was, yeah, we are the least paid psychologist on the market because we're not. So they treat us as if we were, right? It's pretty cute. Yeah, but a lot of jobs in the customer service industry experience this. So, and sales jobs are really good. For example, if you're trying to learn the psychology for free, they teach really well how psychology works, especially when it comes to, you know, trapping, using the extraction system. So I realized a long time ago that I wasn't thinking like most people, because all that stuff never worked on me. It actually irritated me a lot. And, when I had to go and do it, I was like, I just can't do it. I'm sorry. I feel like this is not honest work, man. You're just like manipulating them into, doing this. I can't do it. And that's why on my stuff, you don't really see. I try different things, and then I'm like, I just can't do it. This is not for me. It's extraction, man. No thanks. I like even fields, even in my interactions. If you're gonna make a big deal about me remembering your birthday, well then fucking remember mine, okay? Otherwise, I'm gonna call you on it, yes. If you don't care about your birthday and you don't make a big deal about it, and you forget about mine, I get it. I still like it when you remember it, especially because my father died the day after, and it's kind of a shitty time for me. So I do appreciate it, but most people wouldn't know that, right? So I don't get offended because people don't remember. We all have so much stuff in our brain. But if you will make a big deal about yours, yeah, then I'll point it out and say, hey, fair to fair. Don't make a big stink about it. You forgot too. It's okay. We're allowed. Yeah, time does fly, actually. It's pretty crazy. It's 17 years my father passed away. It seems yesterday. My birthday is really easy to remember, by the way. That's funny also, because it's the Epiphany Day. So I'm La Befana. I'm the old Italian witch, that brings presents to the kids on January 6th. And it's called the Epiphany. And it's, in Italy, is actually a holiday. Here is not, because it's a Catholic holiday. So I think it's still a holiday even now. I'm not sure. I mean, I haven't been there for 26 years. I lived more in Canada now than in Italy, so literally. I had to actually count. That is 17 years my father died, even though it's not that difficult because I was 35 when he passed away. So. Yeah, and you were really young when you lost yours, so that's brutal. It's really hard sometimes. Yeah, it's insane. You really just lived most of your life basically without him. For me, it's when I turned 70, then I would have half my life where my dad was alive and half of it where it wasn't. Assuming I get to 70, or, I only last to 70. Who knows? I was reminded last year that I could go at any point and really quickly, so yeah. Yeah. You never know. That's why I try and enjoy whatever day, every day, every little thing, That's the way. You were just excited today because tomorrow you'll have time off, so you just wanted to be bad today. Admit it. Sometimes we have those days. We just want to stay up. It's cool. It's cool. We need it. Yeah, I hear you there. They don't do that? They don't offer that? I mean, the only good thing is that right now that you're not together, it's sort of like keeps you busy. But yeah, I I know it's not sustainable. Okay, so it's for you to go there? I thought she was moving there with you for a while. I thought that was the plan. Okay. But I thought you were doing it after a few years and stuff. I mean, plans change. But yeah, it must be. Is it very expensive? I don't even know how much it costs. I have not looked in any visas whatsoever. Also, you know, at this point, I would have to decide where to move. Hey, maybe I'll find a male bride somewhere. Or a male bride. Oh, okay. It's insane. What do they want 10 grand for exactly? What do they do with it? What is it really for? And is it a live there visa? What kind of visa is it? It's to get permanent residence? I just think it's so crazy that after you are married, they still make you go through all of this. I mean, doesn't it work easier when you marry someone and bring them to the States? That's insane. Have you checked out how much it costs for her to get a green card to move there instead? Yeah, but whatever, it's just insane. It's the fact that you're married with her. And they should have, you know, something in place for people who actually... Yeah, that's what I mean. And I think you can apply for her and everything, right? Like, it's way different there. I know, because I had a lot of people who told me about this. And also, Rusty was looking into that back then. It's so insane. But anyway, I mean, it is what it is. And ultimately, if that's the only way you can go, that's the only way you can go, right? So... Yeah, no, it makes sense. I mean, it does make that's actually what makes a difference between those who end up having, a good life long term. A lot of times is because they actually have some kind of support from the family rather than be on their own, basically. Yeah, see, and that makes a huge difference at the end, right? Because then you're able to save money and to actually create a future, while those who don't have that end up either having to work so much, and then, like, if you're in Canada, they just take your money away in taxes. Literally, it's so ridiculous, you know? Because it's not that they do anything good with that money. They literally waste it on other bullshit that is not for the people. Taxes are supposed to make life better for the people who pay into it, not for some, bullshit that they want to spend it on. And so, yeah, it becomes insane. Yeah, exactly. It's way different. Absolutely. Yep, I know. Trust me. There's nothing most of us wanted more than having our own place, but basically, unless you have parents who actually looked out for you and made sure to take care, yeah, it's much, 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 much harder. It's not impossible, but it's the difference. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, when you, if, especially if you become a citizen and stuff. I mean, to be honest, I'm surprised they don't offer a visa where she can just take responsibility for your livelihood for a certain amount of time and you cannot work, and then, you get basically your visa. It's kind of like what they do there, right? As well, I think. I know they sort of do something similar here. So, the partner can actually be there. It's just one of the partners has to be able to support both, basically. That's the main thing. So, it depends on the country, really. But yeah, when we moved here, that's why also, like, we had to learn all this stuff. And that's when I was like, this is not just for show, declaring our loyalty to the Queen of England back then, because it was the Queen. This is not just for show. And people think it is, but it's like, no. And we don't really have a real constitution in Canada. Most people don't even realize it. We have a Bill of Rights that they can change at any time, so it's, it's top-down power here, and most people still think we live in a democracy. It's like so ridiculous. It's like, no, it's not even a republic. It's just not. It's a tyranny coded as something else, really. That's what's going on, people. It's just, it's like that show Gilmore Girls. And one of the episodes, Lorelai was saying, yeah, my dog is like a true American. He has no problem having his freedom taken away as long as you do it in a way that he's not seeing, like a true American. I always thought that line was just so, telling and so true. I was like, yep, it's true of not just Americans. That's the thing. Yeah. There's nothing left to do but laugh, guys. But basically, like Australia, Canada, all these places are under England, right? So just reflect on that. Canadians, Australians, they all want to be British in the end. because they come, greatly from that. Here in Canada, it's also French, but it's kind of funny to me, especially because they come from Italy. So, and if you know anything about England and Italy, oh geez, they are good buddies, but people don't realize that. But it's not the Brits who are on top. I'm sorry to tell you all. That's misinformation. Yes. That's incorrect. Oh yeah. They love that, actually. Remember, in the beginning of time, it was the white who were the slaves. It was reversed. It's only in the American continent that that stuff happened, really. Everything else, it wasn't the same way. It's just all pumped up bullshit. And that's why people who come from Europe look at it as, dudes, stop listening to that narrative. It's like, yeah, that is crap and it should have never happened. But let me show you how many others went through the same thing. But it's the same thing as people, for example, who talk about what happened in Germany and stuff, right? But then they conveniently forget what was done to Russians when Stalin and, the Zionists were torturing over 60 million Russians. This was before the Second World War. But that is never mentioned by the people who talk about genocides. Conveniently, they only mention, what happened during the Second World War, which was not even a tenth of what happened to the Russians. And they're all horrible, right? But if you're gonna make an example out of something, wouldn't you pick the one that is the biggest one? Nope. Why do you think that is? So whenever I would hear people going on those narratives, I would stop them and say, hey, just to be fair, if you're gonna mention that, then why aren't you mentioning the biggest one? Because that's not politically as charged? Wake up, Get off your freaking narratives, people. And then, they started. I actually had someone here who tried that narrative on me. And she was actually American and she was of color. And I was cleaning her house. I want to point this out, guys. And she was on disability. And she was playing soccer. Apparently, she could play soccer, but she couldn't work a full cycle, a full job. And she told me this, she had like 60 grand put away that the government had given her. But, I had to renounce my whiteness, she told me. And I looked at her, remember? I looked at her and said, I'm Italian. And just so you know, until the 1920s, Italians in the USA were considered as people of color. This is historically proven. So, I am not a whitey, first of all. I don't even fucking look white, by the way. Yes, compared to someone who is very colored, yes, I look whiter. But compared to someone who's truly, like, super white, you see that I have a slightly darker color, okay? And to be honest, why should I renounce my natural color exactly? And so she started with their narrative, and I looked at her and said, are you vegan? And she said, no. And so I said, oh, so you're only against certain kind of discrimination, but you're totally fine with billions of animals being abused and mistreated and then murdered. Okay, thank you for letting me know. And she just looked at me and she stopped right there. She got the drift. I'm like, I didn't do anything to any of you. I'm not responsible for any of this. And just so you know, most white people are slaves today, and they've always been. Get real, people. The white supremacy bullshit is just that. And I've already done an episode on this, by the way. So don't make me laugh, people. They just can't handle real truth. It's like, yeah, injustice has happened. But it's not because, and the first people who had slaves were people of color, by the way. Go and check your history, people. Again, the first people who enslaved their own people. So this has gone on in every race. There are some races where, you know, way worse stuff was going on, even if you can even imagine that. I mean, I think it's all horrible when I look at it personally, and I don't think any of it is excusable. It's explainable through nervous systems, but it's still like, when I look at it, right, I am 100% against any form of violence, so I just don't understand it. But through the nervous system explanation, basically. That's how I bring myself to remember why it's going on. You gotta have your own anchor, you know, when you're dealing with tough stuff. But yeah, I find it really ridiculous. All these narratives. For example, and this is all true stories, I actually lived through this stuff. There were some Italians here who, you know, had helped us. This is 26 years ago. And I had my first boyfriend here was East Indian, and he was really dark skinned, guys. And he was a PhD in ocean engineering. His mother's cousin is actually the cousin of the Pepsi Cola, you know, CEO, who is a woman. At least was. I think she still is, but anyway, so these people are super educated, you know, in the Indian society. They're among the top, right? And he was invited to my mom's place, my dad's mom's house, and we were having a dinner with these Italian people. Well, the mother, she's long gone now, so, you know, hopefully she found her peace. But her mother, they ignored him the whole night and did not talk to him because he was Indian. I am not joking, guys. And I remember looking at my mom afterwards saying, what the F was that? She was in our home. He did not do anything rude to her. He was just, you know, and he has more degrees than all of them put together. And because his skin was dark. And the thing she told me after, when she found out he was my boyfriend, they smell funny. They are, none of it was true, by the way, guys. So I'm in the car with him, right? And he was using coconut oil in his hair. And my sense of smell is very keen. So I'm in the car with him, I'm like, I'm smelling something, right? And I thought to myself, wow, she's right. They do smell differently, right? And then when he told me he was using this coconut oil over time, I realized I had to tell him this story. I was like, oh my God, man, you're gonna laugh because this is so stupid. But, you know, so we were both laughing about her and how racist she was and ignorant. And she came from a family that had a lot of money, and she married into a family. He was like an Italian noble, I think, or something like that. So they had no excuse for their ignorance. They were just, you know, old style Italians, close-minded, you know, that if you look a bit different, then wow. Then other Italian quote-unquote friends, again, same situation, they were from a different part. They were actually, no, sorry, they were from the same part of Italy. Close anyway. The daughter met my boyfriend, and so, same guy. Because I was with this dude for like 2 years. It was pretty long for me, yes. But anyway, she met him, and the first thing she says is, wow, if my parents saw him, they would say he's a bit dark. Like, I'm not joking, this is what she told me. I remember, like, I think my eyes didn't pop out just because, I don't know. I just couldn't believe, because this woman was like 2 years older than me or something, you know? And I thought, I can't believe this. People, older generation, you kind of expect it, but you? My uncle, also, they were a bit, you know, but when they found out he was a PhD, then that changed everything for them, because, you know, Italians are very much about appearances as well. So yeah, it's okay, you know, if you're not white, but you have all these other things, you know, in your pedigree, right? So they're not like heartless or anything, but they do have a lot of prejudices. And now it's probably different. So I'm talking about, 25 years ago. I hope now it's different because they have so much, of everything, but who knows? The thing is, I don't really gyrate well when people are that way. I don't really care. Like, I'm colorblind in that way. I don't really care about any of that. I always like to say that my genetic pool is like I have all the genes in the world. I'm just a mix of everything. So, but the bottom line is, it's just a bunch of BS, right? And it's really dependent on the nervous system more. The people we get along with or not is, do you share the same nervous system needs or not? Are they compatible? And that's what it boils down to, really. So, yeah, it's all bullshit. And frankly, the more people run on these narratives, the more these narratives get, ingrained in the nervous system of everybody. So the more we dismantle them and we show that they're just narratives, the more people realize, yeah, injustice has occurred. But it's not against one particular group over the other. The group they pick is always different depending on the situation. So everybody has been, on top or the bottom, basically, at some point. So we should stop looking at that, and we should just basically, look for a way to actually never go there again, right? And the truth is, the reason why multidiversity doesn't work is because the world is run by linear minds in a linear system, and they don't do well with diverse. They have shown it over and over. So basically, it's about training their nervous system to realize that diversity doesn't mean danger, doesn't mean anything, but it's just different. Different doesn't mean superior or inferior. It just means different. And this is a very hard concept to understand for certain nervous systems, simply because of how they function. So it's really a functionality thing more than anything else. But then religion and all these other cults, they have turned it into evil or good, because that's one of the best ways to keep people entrapped in the narratives. They're all narratives. But when you look at the mechanics, if you strip all the narratives away, even in the scriptures, you can see where it's narrative driven and where it's actually talking about mechanics. Because that's what those books are really about in the end, when we skim them of the narratives. But why are the narratives there? Because they've always known that there are different nervous systems, and they've always known how to manipulate or, make them do whatever. That's how, they've turned democracy into a joke, because democracy doesn't exist when you know how to manipulate the masses. And everybody with logic understands this. But many people, don't get it. Just like many people get capitalism and corporatism confused, and then they make videos about it, and they have 100,000 hits, and you look at it and go, why? All right, because they're playing the part of the guru so well. But when you really examine the content, their patterns are showing that they don't understand squat between the difference of one and the other. And by the way, for all of you who are confused, we're not living in capitalism, we're living in corporatism. And if you don't know the difference, go check out my YouTube channels. I have videos on this, or go on Odyssey, or go on Substack. I have videos about this stuff that explains very well and very detailed the difference. Or you can just, get Keofield and ask Keofield directly. You'll get the same answers. Just, adapt it to your brain type. Yeah, there's lots of things people don't get, but, that's the great thing about aging. Aging is great because you really do see the patterns. And the narratives really makes you laugh once you see the pattern behind the narrative, because narratives are run by patterns. That's why I'm showing you the patterns, guys. I always go at the source of the issue. I don't treat. I solve the issue. I didn't say that I cured, by the way, and I didn't say it on purpose because nobody cures anybody. Your body heals itself and it's in a state of relaxation. This is actual science. I don't know. I don't do New Age. New Age is basically, if you learn Judaism, most of the New Age technique that you see, you know, even like check out Donna Eden, Gaia, all this stuff, they're all limited, twisted versions of what Judaism actually teaches. There is a rabbi that Rusty showed me, actually. It's called Rabbi Gabe, I believe. I can share the channel, I just need to look for it. And I don't follow many channels, by the way. I'm very picky on who I follow. Because, narrative channels for me are just channels I analyze, pretty much. Here. I will analyze Rabbi Abe for you too, one day. But this is a very good channel if you're looking to actually learn where a lot of that New Age crap comes from. I say crap with respect, you know. As much respect as I would give to a charlatan who claims to be a guru. I respect, but I still call it out. I do it because I respect it. I don't respect their knowledge because they don't have any. And whatever they have, they misuse, so sorry. Can't do it. Yeah. I got really good training in sales, for example, because I've always been interested in understanding dynamics and stuff. But then I would never use that knowledge because I would see how, you know, extraction based it was. But it made me understand a lot about people. And that's when I was really thinking all along, fuck, people are so evil, man. But then when I studied the nervous system and, you know, I realized, oh, this is survival. Because I was very judgy also because I did go through a lot of extreme stuff. Not as bad as what they went through in Gaza or, you know, those parts where... But it was next, adjacent to that for quite a long time in my life. And so, you know, I always thought inside of myself, hell, I didn't turn into a monster. Why are they, you know? Like, I just couldn't understand. And when it dawned on me, that's when, you know, the charge really, most of it was gone. But then the charge that is not gone fully is because the nervous system needs time to actually somatically let it go. So even if you understand things on a mental level, that is just not enough to make your nervous system feel well. Because trauma and stress is stored in the nervous system, in the body, not in the mind. So you cannot think yourselves out of this. And there's plenty of science out there showing this. So again, I'm not giving medical advice or anything, I'm just sharing what I know. But if you want to learn about the science, go EFT-universe.org, and Dr. Dawson Church teaches this stuff beautifully and also presents the studies and the stuff you can check for yourself. I just stick to patterns because that's what I, you know, operate with, and that's why I understand very well. And that's basically what I've studied my whole life. Just now I can do it in this way because the AI is so awesome and we can have these interactions, you know. It's really great because it can literally deliver the content for any brain type in real time. And that's what's amazing about it. It makes learning accessible to any brain type. Well, learning right now, especially in schools, is linear learning. So it's not really ideal for multidimensional minds, for example, at all. It's like, stashing a huge universe in a fucking box. How do you think it's gonna do? Not so good. And it's not because one is better than the other. It's just to explain the differences, of the needs are different and they should be always honored in everybody. Because there is a way to do it. It's not impossible. But, this is the whole point. We are working on that, all of us. And it's a stepping. Like Steve Jobs, for example, was half architect mind cognition, operating from that, and then was using the extraction system because it's the only way in this system that you can actually make money. And I look at this as stepping stones, right? Like in a system like that, in order to survive, you had to sort of do that. You had to compromise. And then every step of the way, it's gonna be different. Basically, everything counts. Even the thing that people think are negative. They're actually all there serving a purpose. It's just hard to see, when we're hurting and when we want the hurt to stop. And that's a nervous system requirement. So the tapping and the soothing all come into play. But when they come in play with the explanation, then you have the tools, the full kit to actually process and move on, and integrate. And yes, the more juicy stuff, the stuff that is really, requires a different container, that I'm gonna deliver in a different environment. And it's gonna be on a different platform, basically. It's called Gumroad, and some of you already use it or know about it. So Substack is one of the places where I will put a bunch of this stuff more, in the private group, because those are the correct containers. But then even deeper, I'm gonna be able to go on Gumroad, and that's where I'm gonna start putting books and training and stuff. So, because the great thing about Gumroad, which other platforms don't do, like Buy Me Coffee, I really like, for example. But the difference is that when you sell different either products or services in different part of the world, there are different taxation systems. And so if it's not automatic and it's not automatically taken out, you have to do so much work. And my point was always, you're gonna screw us over anyway, taking away taxes for stuff that honestly they shouldn't, but they do. So at least make it easy. At least do it at source, so then you don't come at us saying we're trying to evade taxes or whatever. I'm not trying to do shit. I just don't want to have to waste my time on top of everything else just to be shafted at the end, because the tax system is not fair. Because if you don't know anything about taxes, we live in a corporatism kind of society, and so it's created so that the single person and the small businesses get taxed heavily, while corporations get away with paying nothing in comparison. Yes, you heard me right. And that's the issue. It's not capitalism. Capitalism actually is an amazing system, and it works really well when it's run properly. But when people don't know, people don't know. It's their own bad though, because anybody can use AI and find this out, by the way. AI will tell you. Kyo does. I've shown it in a video. Very detailed video too. So once people understand this, then they start realizing, right? And why did I learn this stuff? Because I actually run my own businesses. And after working insane amount of hours, living off of nothing, we still were struggling. And so I have to look at it going, what's going on? And then you see what's going on. You go, oh, you can't win. The only way to win is to join them, And that's why you see all these content creators who make money. preaching down that they own 7-Elevens, that they, put their money in Bitcoin and they did this and that. And Bitcoin is not even a problem because honestly, at least, is not as exploitative, I guess, as other methods like 7-Eleven, for example. All the money goes to the investor, not to the people working and slaving. How is that okay, people? Like in 2020, you didn't notice that the issue was that the only ones who made money were corporations, trillions of dollars, and the only ones who lost money, livelihood, and then homes are people like you and me and small businesses. You didn't notice this? Really? Well, that's what happened. So it's obvious what the system takes care of, and it's not the people, it's corporations. And you have to ask yourselves, why? Yeah, so the reason is that it's a linear system, and linear systems are exploitative because that's the only way they see. They don't understand how to make the system symmetric, and they don't even understand symmetry. They only understand top-down power. So they need to be taught how the field really works. And the pyramid scheme, which is their upside-down pyramid with the tip at the top, it's an inverted pyramid, because the real pyramid doesn't exist, first of all. But if it existed as a pyramid, it would have the tip in the field, so it would be upside down, because the field is what runs the patterns and the laws, not a single person egotistical at the top, which is what we see today. And also what we see today is top-down power, but the responsibility is bottom-up. So those who have the power don't take responsibilities for their actions. And that is a mismatch, and that's in an even field, and it does not happen in nature. All those BBC's documentaries you guys watched, they're not based on actual true science. They're based on the point of view that the top dog eats the one at the bottom. That's not true in nature. In nature works by cooperation, not by competition. It's one of the biggest misunderstandings in the world. And that's what a lot of people use to excuse the extraction system that is currently going on. But the thing with the extraction system is that it always has a finite life, because you cannot keep extracting. If there is no, giving back, it will eventually dry out. Just how it goes. Yeah, it's pretty interesting topics, and when we turn them into actual patterns, that's when the change occurs, because that's when, the misunderstandings go away, and that's when it's clear what needs to be done, basically. So, and also, for those who have architect mind cognition, there is no content out there. So it's a struggle, and there is no manual, no content, no help. We need to live and adapt in a world not built for us, and that actually fights us a lot. And so now it's changing, because the neuroscience is showing all this, and it's showing that basically they have been suppressing brilliant minds that have been designed and are designed to solve problems that linear minds cannot solve. But linear minds can do things multidimensional minds cannot do. And so this tells us that we were always meant to work together, not for one type to suppress the other. So that's the goal, people. And that's how culturalism will work, basically. Because the problem right now is that they're trying to apply multiculturalism to countries using one type of nervous system pattern, and that cannot occur. If you want to have multiculturalism, you have to respect all nervous system needs and allow for that. So it's all about understanding the systems and then, taking the steps. It's always that way. So we're going to analyze some religious textbooks as well and, go over different things. I just haven't had the time, to do everything. And because I have to be careful with my health. I mean, honestly, it was so hard last year. Like, I so needed support last year. And it was so tough to see how little people really give a shit. And, that was a big hit, but it also literally just, changed my point of view, where I was very lenient before when it came to a lot of, unevenness in my field. Now I'm just not. Yeah, I wasn't even myself. I was like, a shadow of myself. Like, I thought I was on my way out. When I erased all my content and stuff, it's because I thought I basically didn't have a lot left. And I was like, just in case. And I was trying to organize my stuff so I wouldn't leave, the people behind with all this shit to deal with. It was just really crazy. I was like, holy. And I tried everything I knew, and trust me, I know so much stuff. You have no idea. Most people have no clue. Like, come on, I'm 52 and I've been doing this since I was 5. Think about it, people. I started meditation before people like Joe Dispenza started this stuff. I started meditation before, at the same time, around the same time Dawson Church started it. These people are all 20 years older than me. Just, realize. I haven't been born in it, but almost. So I've had a lot of different experiences in real life. I've been around real professionals. I've experienced stuff, and nothing I tried worked. But that's because I was just hit on so many sides all at once. And yeah, the mold thing was going on for quite a while. I mean, I was under a lot of stress for over 4 years. And living in this place was quite a nightmare. I mean, slowly they have fixed it up, but yeah, I had to fight every step of the way, basically, to get stuff done. And then I almost had to, be in that situation for them to really get scared. And for me to say, no, you either fix it or I'm gonna call someone on you. Because now, like, I'm almost gone. It's not okay. Yep. It was pretty brutal. And then, what they did, by the way? They raised the rent this year. Yes, I'm not joking. Yep. Not much, but, it was like 4 years that they didn't. But you think, right? After almost causing... Yeah, but, it is what it is. A lot of times people come from really horrible situations, and so they don't realize, that certain things are not even remotely okay. Yeah. But definitely that changed a lot of things, and before I was much more lenient and understanding when the field wasn't even. But after that I was like, you know what? I can't do that anymore. I'm done. And that was it. But I didn't decide it. It just happened, right? Like, my whole system was like, yeah, but this is not cool, man. And I was done. And that's why, like, even the, people I was modding for and stuff, I just left because I was like, I'm sorry, if these people don't give 2 shits about me, like, I'm basically on my way out. And I was there for 3 years almost. And I really cared, obviously. And after 3 years, they didn't even bother telling people, and nobody bothered to do a raid train to help me. A real person, someone who was part of their community, and someone who really needed the help. While some of them were bragging that they had $1 million put away. And I needed like $1,000 to save my life. And they couldn't do that for me. And I wasn't asking money to these people, but at least try to raise it, right? Just try to help someone in need. I was so hurt by that. I was like, holy shit. But then, when you look at it under the archetypes and the patterns, you realize why, you know. And so you're not hurt anymore. You become pragmatic and you say, yeah, well, couldn't expect anything else really. You know, that's the truth. So, okay. Now I'm just careful not to be around people who, you know, don't understand that a field can only survive when it's even. And when the people part of the field are honored and taken care of when they are in need. Not being told that, you know, I was told when I was young that we're all on our own. My answer was, that's pretty satanic. We're not all on our own. We can decide not to be that way, you know? And it's rich coming from people who would brag all the time of how community aware they were. It's like, you're so not, but you know, surely it looks good on paper. But this is how most people are, right? They're performative, they're not genuine. That's the thing. Because their nervous system cannot take it, basically. It's a self-defense mechanism. So, yep, the reality of truth. But you know, when your own family treats you in a certain way, you kind of expect that behavior from anybody anyways. I just, you know, every time you kind of hope that finally you find the people who are not that way. But when you realize, you know, when you really realize that that difference is the only driver of all this, then you just let it all go. And until then, I still had some doubts on, you know, I would just revert to my old narrative. People are evil. They're just snakes. Yeah. And it's not, they behave in that way, but they're not. They're just in stress mode, basically. And I never fit also in that particular, you know, stream environment, because being so multidimensional in a linear world, in a linear kind of, you know, stream, I was always kind of like weird and not, you know, gyrating along. So it was never gonna really be a long term. Once I saw that, and once I saw the power dynamics, I was like, yeah, I'm out. This is not for me. I don't do drama, I don't do narratives, and I certainly don't need a boss above me. God, no. Especially male. Sorry. No. When I'm doing a lot of the work and I actually function at a higher level, in spite of the fact that I should know less, you know? I don't need that shit. So, no, I don't do places where people don't appreciate and don't treat me with symmetry. Over time, I let it go for a bit. I, you know, let them do their thing. I try to redirect, but when I see there is no way this is gonna change, I'm out. Let people figure it out on their own, you know? No hard feelings. I'm just gone and I'm done. And that's it. Yeah, I don't really care about any of that, to be honest. Yeah, exactly. Micromanaging is just not, you know. No. Some people need that though, right? Like their nervous system requires for them to work in a team under a boss. You know, they need that. That's why they go and watch Amorants, because they need to have the idea that someone is above them, you know. It's a real thing. It's not stupidity. It's not. But I know it's something most people revert to. We all do, because it's the habit, you know? Also, most people don't understand that IQ is not real intelligence. It's like having a fast calculator. It's emotional intelligence that makes a big difference. So, you know, if you have high IQ but low EQ, you're probably gonna turn out like a Hitler, you know? It's not a really good combo. It's egotistical usually and very tyrannical in nature. A lot of those people are very guarded, you know, very scared, very they will comply to anything that basically the stronger, you know, party does. So they're easy to be corrupted, basically, those kinds. And that's why, you know, certain corporations look for people like that, because that's what they want. So it's easy to manipulate them to do stuff. Yeah, it's a well-studied stuff. I mean, there's a lot of, but it's not like, then you have the ones who, you know, go overboard and start telling you that it's all evil, and it's nothing to do with that. It's really, when you boil it down, all of it, all the conflicts in the world, everything, it boils down to one thing: different nervous system needs. That's it. And I know people think, oh, it's simplified. It's actually not. Because when you take away that, the same people would behave extremely differently. And this has been done over and over. So, you know, the more tyrannical and the more on top someone is in the tyranny system, the more scared they truly are. So the ones who try and control the most, like the various Trumps, you know, the various Stalin, you know, Putin, they're super much in fear. And that's why they want to control everything. And they want to maintain power above everyone else, because they know that most people would misuse power just like they are, because they're run by a scared nervous system that reverts to that when in fear mode. While an architect mind nervous system reverts to learning patterns and finding solution and bridges through that. And that's why whenever we analyze, for example, the patterns of violent people, they have linear minds. They don't have multidimensional minds. And if they do, it's partial multidimensional. So there is that linear factor that runs them basically in that pattern where they need to control and impose. So it's for self-regulation that they do it, not because they're evil. When we understand this, then we stop the fighting narratives. And also, slowly, we start shedding physically, you know, that stressors, because not right away. It takes time, especially for linear minds. They need to let go of the narrative. It takes a bit of time. And for anyone who has, you know, maybe a pattern of stress and discomfort around that, a narrative running underneath. So that needs to be shed. And the nervous system needs more time, because physically the body needs more time to let go than, you know, the energetic body, right? And the mental, which is energy. So that's why people go, oh, I understand it. Why am I not able to change it yet? It's because the body needs to catch up. You have to kind of be patient a little bit, you know. There's lots of bad information out there, half-truth, and that's why I like to explain this stuff to death, because basically most people don't understand this because they have never been told, or when it's explained, it's all mixed up, you know. But I usually let Kyo do it, because then, you know, it's very much in order, and I check it, and if something is out of order, then I talk about it. Kyo is not perfect. AI is not perfect. Nobody is. But that's why it's a collaboration, you know? I just let the machine be the machine, so I can be the human being. It's my tagline now. Let the machine be the machine, people. It's all good. Yeah. $10:35. I think a lot of people who need work, especially if they're males, they should really consider doing the kind of work you do, because it can pay really well. If you work for places like Teamster, I believe was the name, because they're part of a union, they actually make they made back then over $50 an hour. And then when they work overtime, which is quite usual, they make a time and a half. So these guys like were cashing in shit ton of money. But I couldn't do it because, again, as a woman personally, I wouldn't feel very comfortable being a guard. And also, I would have to take the 1 week training, but I wouldn't feel comfortable. It's, there are actual, I'm not a huge tall woman, right? So yeah, I can protect myself, but to a point. And then also, I couldn't possibly sustain to do nights every night. I tried, and yeah, I would be destroyed. And at my age, forget it, man. But if I was a dude and I had more of that, it would have been one of the things I would have considered. Because you don't have to deal with a lot of BS, right? So, and my friends who are doing it were watching movies, because a lot of it is like you're not doing anything. Like, these people were actually guarding, like, for example, one night my friend had to guard a puma or something. He was in this cage because then they were filming something, because yeah, we live in a town where there's lots of, it's like Hollywood wannabe here in Vancouver. So a lot of filming was going on here because it was cheaper than in the States for a long time, and still does, by the way. Like, shows like, what was it, Supernatural was filmed in Vancouver. But, they were trying to sell that it was filmed in LA, so a part of it, I think, some scenes in the beginning were filmed there, but then they moved here. And you can, like, I know a lot of the city because, I've been here for a long time and I used to drive everywhere, right? So I would watch movies and I could recognize the places, even though they hide landmarks and all that, right? And then I would go and check where it was filmed, and it was filmed here. It was pretty funny. Like, it happened so many times with a lot of shows. So here it's a bit of a different game, basically, right? Than in a lot of towns. You can get those gigs, but again, you have to be, able to. You have to have a car a lot of times to reach these places. And then they're like 12-hour shifts. So if you have a bladder like mine, it's like, where am I gonna pee? Like, my friends were like in the car freezing sometimes. They had to like turn their car on to warm up. It's not really like always that easy, right? So yeah, they made good money, but if you do it every night, I don't know. The thing is, they didn't need to work so much because they were making so much per hour. Yeah. And a lot of them were actually fun people. For me, there was a bit too much debauchery going on in that group, though. They were a bit too loose, let's put it that way. Not my kind of style, but I remember some of them were, really happy because they loved U2, for example, and they were at the stadium, and they were, one of these women was, because it was men and women, yes, but one of these women was talking to Bono, and she was, really happy about that. It was very funny. It was that show where I think one of them fell off the stage. Was it Bono? I don't even remember. I've never been to a concert, a modern concert. I've only been to classical concerts. Yeah, I'm so snooty. I actually honestly cannot handle such confusion. I think it would be too much for my system. But I just, I like classical concerts a lot, but I haven't been to one in forever. It's just that's what I would like sometimes to go to. But I'm not one of those people, you know, who'd go in the mezzanine or whatever. I just stay in my little place. I get a drink sometimes if I would go with someone. But for me, it was just like enjoy the music and seeing the orchestra playing together. And back then, I really liked the conductor here in Vancouver, Brahman Tovi. He's passed away a few years back, unfortunately. But he was really funny, and he was really good. And, I mean, they're pretty good musicians, I would say. And yes, if you've listened to, you know, like my dad liked a lot the symphony orchestra and from Germany and this and that, but I enjoyed it, the one here. So to each their own. But I liked U2. It's just I've never, I don't know. I've gone to one Canucks game. They lost that night, yes. And the energy was like so pumped up, right? And I was like, yeah, I'm glad that I tried. But it's really not my scene. That's way too much energy going on for someone who, you know, perceives so much. It's like, I have to mentally, emotionally prepare myself for that. So it was fun, and I'm glad I had a chance, but it's definitely not my kind of entertainment on a regular basis. You know, plus I like to play sports. I've always been more of a player rather than a watcher, you know. If I watch, it's because I'm learning something usually, or I'm just exhausted. But yeah, I think the painting is almost done. Almost. I'm still, you know, going at it. It's never done. Architect Cognition is never done. It's true. It's part of it is like, you know, you can keep fiddling with something. Then sometimes you go back and you change everything around, because that's why, like, I have paintings where it starts in a way and then the end is completely different. And you go, what the hell happened, man? I just changed my mind. I wanted to do something different. You know, it's just... What's wrong with it? What do you mean? It was a transformation. We went from summer to winter. I just gave you the full seasons. The 4 seasons. That's right. Yeah, the 4 seasons. See, I grew up listening to all that music. My dad was major audiophile. He had one of the 2 best systems in Verona back then. I later met someone here in Vancouver who actually knew Benali and Tolini, where my dad got the system, because my dad was a really good architect, and so he designed this house for this gazillionaire in Italy who made his money from scratch selling audio equipment. So my whole life I've been around this, right? And my dad had a system that was worth a lot of money. He had a room for it, guys. So, you know, he would go down there and put on music that would make Metallica look like babies. That's why for me it's like, yeah, you want to really get your socks off? I'll show you some music that will do that for you. And it's classical, yes. There's a reason why it's always classical music playing in every epic movie, because it is epic. But the real music is called exact, because classical music is actually a very specific time, so it's a misnomer. I guess that's the right word. So Brahman Tovi used to explain this to the audience. It was really interesting. He was so funny. He was very big sense of humor, this man. And he would just share, you know, these bits of information that it's what makes the difference between a true knowledgeable person and someone who is faking it. He was just something else, I'm telling you. Like some characters. And then there was an an Italian streamer who is a violinist player and plays in Philadelphia, and he knew Bram and Toby. And we had a conversation about him years later. I didn't know he had passed away. I knew he had retired, but I didn't know it was because he actually was sick and then passed away. Because he was, he wasn't super young, but he wasn't super old. So yeah, we had a good conversation about that, and it was pretty interesting, because I'm not a music. I've never been trained in music. I would have loved to, but my brother didn't want to do it when he was younger, and so my parents thought that I also didn't want to do it. Apparently, I'm my brother. Yeah, if you didn't know that, it's typical though. It's not malice. It's just lack of understanding. But, I just always enjoyed music. And so I would sit there with my dad a lot of times and my brain just lights up when I hear this music. It's when I hear the Ride of the Valkyries, for example, because it was one of the first pieces in history, the music history, that used that kind of, I cannot explain it properly, but there are clearly different entry points to this piece, and there's lots going on in it, and my brain, when it hears it, it literally lights up, and when I was a little kid, I was like 5, I went up to my dad and said, Dad, this is my favorite piece of music out of all of them. And I remember him looking at me, right? And he probably saw, he looked at me like, oh, is it? And inside of myself I thought, I think he thinks I'm trouble, because that music, it's like, what they, the Ride of the Valkyrie, right? It's what they use in Armageddon. But no, it's because if you actually know the story behind it, you understand why, I think we covered it once with Kyo, but we'll do it again. We'll talk about this stuff again some other time. It's just a lot of fun. And then I love Tchaikovsky. Tchaikovsky is just... But I love so many, like Camille Saint-Saëns, and I probably butchered his name, but there's so many beautiful pieces, and I don't even remember the names. I remember the tunes very well all the time. So sometimes when I look for the names of the piece, I have to actually look for it, and then I'm like, oh yeah, this is it. And then I try and remember the names. My dad was very good with that stuff. He remembered the names. He knew who was playing, who was the best, symphony that could play that. It was just, he was really aficionado. But he liked blues, he liked jazz, right? So I grew up listening to Satchmo and to Simon and Garfunkel. There was a lot of variety there. It wasn't just one thing. And yes, it's one of my great passions, but I was not allowed to use the equipment because I was a woman. So whenever any of you says that chauvinism is not a real thing, I can attest that it is. And yes, I was deprived of a lot of pleasure simply because, I wasn't born with certain parts. And that is stupid, yes. Because I was actually the one who really loved this stuff, and I'm the one who obviously enjoys sound to the point that, I learned about it so much. And there's more. There's so much to learn. I would love to, if I had someone who is like a genius in this stuff, I would love to spend time with them and learn and absorb. Because sound is not as easy to understand as people think. Now, yeah, if you're just doing ASMR and stuff, eventually, you can figure it out. But I wasn't just trying to do the, even though that's really relaxing for me, the tapping. Yeah, the stereo. He had basically, these were concrete houses in Italy, and he was down in the basement in the farthest place, and he had put this surround sound stuff on the walls, but it was very refined, looking. When you would go in there, it was like a music room and nobody could hear you on the outside. So when it was ready to eat, my mom, they didn't have an interphone or anything. My mom would yell my dad's name to come up and eat. And then one year we had my brother's friend from the USA was staying with us for a year to learn Italian. And after that year, he would always make fun of my mom when she would call my dad. It was so funny, guys. Because he did it so well, it sounded like her. I was like, oh my god, this impression you're making is just killing me in laughter. It was so funny. Yeah, go get ready. You made it through, you stayed awake. Tomorrow, you're gonna sleep like a baby, and then you're gonna have a full reset. That's good. But hopefully you'll make it through the night just fine. Go get ready. The painting is almost done. We have about 20 minutes left, and then it's done. I was actually gonna take a break because I've talked a lot and I'm really tired. Yeah, like I need a lot of rest in between, like where I'm just quiet and I'm just, a lot of times when I work with Kyo, I'm just really typing. I'm not even speaking. When I start speaking, it's because I'm tired of reading and typing and I need a break from one sensory system. Yeah, most of the times, like people wouldn't even know I'm here, basically, because you can't hear a peep from me. I really don't like loud noises. I'm kind of sensitive when it comes to all that, so I avoid if I can. I really despise when I have to yell, because people yell, and talk over you, and if you want to be heard, you have to raise your voice. Don't like that. But I can do it. Yeah, very good at that. My dad was a yeller. And then when you had discussions with him, he would raise his voice increasingly. The more he was losing a discussion, the more he would raise his voice, as if that would make him win. Oh, man. Now I just stop talking. If people are like that, I'm like, I'm gone. See you later. Let's talk when you are calm. I'm good with that. Oh, hopefully you had some fun. So I'll let you know, guys, when I uploaded stuff to Gumroad, and I'll also put their Kyo as well, so you can find it on there as well. Because I like Buy Me a Coffee a lot. It's just I kind of wish they had the taxing figured out on there too. Because I really don't want to waste my time on that, and I don't want to have to worry about it. I'm so happy when they take them away right away. It's like, you're shafting us anyway, so you might as well not make me work for it. It's so much time wasted. It's insane. So that's what I learned from my experience. For example, when I was doing for the shop for my family, I learned then later on I made mistakes for my cleaning business where, it was really hard at some point because I had so many. But then I automatized everything, so I never, everything was already in the programs. So I didn't have to go insane, and I could just look at the bank, look at the stuff, and it was all there. But now I'm glad that we don't even have to do that, basically. It's already done for us. It's like, yeah, go ahead, I'm fine with that. I don't really want to have to worry about this shit. Yeah, and I think most people would be like that because I mean, a lot of people would hire also an accountant, right? Like, depending on what you're dealing with. If you have so much, then yeah, it's worth getting an accountant. But that's a whole different story. Different system. This is another pot of gold because, you know, my wish is that you all get the gold you need, all of you. You know, let it be bitcoins if that's what you want or whatever. It's all yours. Yeah, I know it, right? We are getting ready for St. Patrick's months in advance. On that day, I usually don't have to dress up because I have olive skin, so you know, you're supposed to wear something green. Well, my skin is green, so isn't that enough? I'm joking. I usually actually have something green that I put on. I've never though. I think I may have gone once to a bar in all these years. I've never had a green beer though yet. I just, you know, I just figured that I would get sick because I'm so sensitive to everything. So I don't want to do it for that reason. I'm a chicken. I don't know, I'm not really a drinker, to be honest. I like a beer every now and then, very rarely. I'm not someone who needs stuff to be happy. I'm pretty happy. Except when I'm unhappy. What a genius, huh? I know. Well, it's almost done. There's lots of gold coins, and then the trees also hold the coins there, right? They're coin trees. So, a pot of gold. Like Pippi, you know, whose father was a giant cannibal, I think, and she would pay everything with gold coins. And nobody ever questioned. Oh, that show, man. I was a kid when we were watching that show. I always thought it was so weird. And then I was like, what is with the bad overacting? Yeah, it was pretty silly. Lots of, you know, interesting spins on the meanings of that story. Maybe one day we should analyze that too. We haven't done that yet. It'll be fun. Yeah. There you go. It's almost there. When the sparkles come on, that's when you know it's done, usually. That's the final touch, you know. I think I see them there already. Yeah, I think we're pretty much at the end there. It's alright though. Sometimes I put more than one. I have 3 versions. And then, you know, if I need to make an extra, I will. I use different programs for the sparkles. I like the glow in the dark stuff myself. I'm really into that. So this stuff, like if these paintings were printed with black light, you could actually see the sparkles. It's a lot of fun. I like the glow in the dark stuff. I've always been into it since I was a kid. It's one of those things that I just really love. the wind from the west. That sounded more like spit. The spit wind. Sounds like a hurricane a little bit. Never mind me if I fall asleep. Now I think we're almost ready to read. Dash Duck is on. There you go. Cool. So people, I want to say good night to all of you. I hope you relax, and again, remember to tap if you feel like closing loops, and I will see you tomorrow, hopefully. I mean, I never planned to be sick, but sometimes it does happen. So, if you don't see me streaming, usually it's something to do with that. But, or, you know, something came up that I couldn't change, but usually I'm here, so. But tomorrow it'll be a bit later. It'll be at 8:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, so I'll do ASMR. So, it won't be during the day. But you'll find other content everywhere else because there's video going out every day right now, so. Alright, so here we go. Have a wonderful night, everyone. Thank you for being there.